much. Let's take the seats. Representative of the Vice Chancellor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, it's my pleasure to welcome you to the 14th Annual Ibadan Sustainable Development Summit, organized by the Center for Sustainable Development, University of Ibadan. Permit me to introduce members of the high table, and it's my pleasure to recognize the presence of the woman who is standing in for the Vice Chancellor of the University as the chairman of the opening ceremony. She is Professor Aderonke Bayoju, Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic. Also on the high table is the former director of this center, a former dean of the postgraduate college, a former vice chancellor of Osun State University, Professor Labode Okola, Director of Sustainable Development Solution Network, Nigeria. Welcome, sir. Sorry, I breached protocol. There is a representative of another principal officer of the university here with us, the representative of the BOSA, Mr. A.A. Atiago. Also on the high table is another powerful woman in the university community, the lady who we are all going to listen to as delivers one of the keynote addresses today, Professor Adenike Oshokusan, first ever Nigerian professor of computer science. Africa, yes, first professor of computer science in the whole of Africa. And she's the favorite. With that. Of course, it should be here, the chief host of today, the director of SESDEF, Professor Saka Chimo. We also recognize the presence of some other dignitaries in our midst. My pleasure to recognize the presence of the head of the Department of History, Professor Olani. Thank you for being here. I don't know if Professor Olani is here. Oh, okay. He is a former director of the center, the current dean of the Faculty of Economics and Management Science, and the incoming pioneer vice chancellor of Emmanuel Alayande University of Education. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's now listen to the welcome remarks by Professor Saka Chimo, Rector of SESDEF.
Good morning, everyone. Let me first apologize for starting the program schedule. Some logistics delay here and there. We are sorry for that. The Vice Chancellor, ably represented by our Mama, Professor Aderonke Bayoju, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Administration in absentia, the Vice Chancellor Academics in our official capacity also, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Research, Innovation and Strategic Partnership in absentia, the Registrar, and the BOSA, represented by Mr. Adia, the Liberia in absentia, the Provost College of Medicine, Provost Postgraduate College, Dean Faculty of Multidisciplinary Studies, Deans of other faculties, heads of departments, our resource persons, particularly the keynote speaker of today, our Mama, Professor Osofish, staff and students of the Department of Sustainability Studies, Center for Sustainable Development, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to welcome you to the Department of Sustainability Studies, Center for Sustainable Development of the Great University of Ibadan, on the occasion of the 14th Annual Ibadan Sustainable Development Summit. The Center for Sustainable Development was established in 2010 as a mark of commitment of the University of Ibadan to the issues of sustainable development. Let me seek your indulgence to point out one unique characteristic of SESDEF here. In 2010, when University of Ibadan deemed it fit to establish a center dedicated solely to the studies of sustainable development, the world was not yet talking about SDGs. So that shows the foresightedness of our great university, and we commend the leaders of this noble community for that. So the idea of the center came about with the inception of the MacArthur Foundation funded Masters in Development Practice, a program designed to holistically address issues in sustainable development. To put the center on a sound footing, other development-related programs were brought on board with the approval of the center by the Senate of the University in May 2010. It is gratifying to note that due to the industry and commitment of the past directors of the center, now Department of Sustainability Study, the center has successfully run 5 academic and professional master's programs and 3 outreach programs. These programs include Masters in Development Practice, which is combined with sustainable development practice, Indigenous Knowledge and Development, Climate and Society Program, Masters in Tourism and Development, and Masters in Sustainable Integrated Rural Development in Africa. The center also runs PhD programs in Climate and Society, Indigenous Knowledge and Development, and Tourism and Development. The 3 outreach programs that we run include Environmental and Natural Resources Program, Leadership and Governance Program, and the annual Ibadan Sustainable Development Summit, which is why we are here this morning. Our students have benefited from funding supports by international organizations, such as the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, Education for Sustainable Development in Africa, ISDS. Between 2016 and 2018, at least 40 of our master students benefited from an internship support grant of 5,000 naira each from IFAD. Our global field experience training has continued to expose our students to industries and organizations where sustainable development practices are ongoing. This has taken different cohorts of our students to several countries within and outside Africa. In spite of the recent hikes in cost of flights and other logistics, we took the current cohorts to Ghana between 11th and 17th of June 2023. We undertake to continue to do our best and the prolonged industrial action of 2022. Thus, this year's summit is the 14th. Each year had featured globally renowned scholars, leaders of thoughts, and policymakers as speakers. The theme of this year's summit is engaging science and technology and innovation in sustainable development. It features distinguished scholars and professionals who have excelled in their various fields. Professor Jeffrey D. Sachs is a globally renowned American economist, policy analyst, and sustainable development expert. He is the director of the Center for Sustainable Development, Columbia University, New York City, USA. Professor Adenike Oshobisa is the first African female professor of computer science. Can you please appreciate Mama? She retired, but not tired, only a few years back from the Department of Computer Science of our great university. Dr. Resin Lee of the Academia 2063 Senegal, and Dr. Olushola Ayola of Robotics and Artificial Intelligence, CRA Ibadan, will be sharing their experiences of many years in engaging science, technology, and innovation. Please permit me to seize this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to the Vice Chancellor, Professor Kayode Adebowale, FASMNI, and his team for the tremendous support we have received from the university administration over the years, without which today's event wouldn't have been possible. I, on behalf of the staff and students of the Department of Sustainability Studies and the local and international partners of the center, appreciate in no small measure your wonderful support to our department. I also appreciate the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, SDSN Nigeria, and its leadership, as well as SDSN Global, for their sustained partnership. I'm equally grateful to the founding fathers of the center, Professor Labode Kukola and Professor Olaniwaju Olaniyan, for their continuous support and encouragement. I recognize and appreciate the hard work of the local organizing committee, led by Dr. Olawale Olaide and other members of the committee. Doctors Said Ojolowo, John Fadaero, Olumuyiwa Akande, Mrs. Rachel Ojela, Mrs. Muibat Raji, Mr. Abiodun Aina, and a whole lot of the other members of the committee. I appreciate you all. Our students, especially Emmanuel Olowoyo, who is the coordinator of the SDSN Youth Nigeria, Jokibe again, Adebayo, and others who contributed in one way or the other to the success of the summit. All of us who submitted their abstracts, and all those who registered. All those who registered to participate in the summit, either physically or virtually, are greatly appreciated. I thank all of us. I thank all our resource persons, our colleagues, friends, facilitators, and associates of the center for your support and encouragement. I wish us all a wonderful summit. Thank you and God bless.
For the benefit of those who might wish to be here, but for one reason or another, they are unable to be here, you can let them know that this program is being transmitted live. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to listen to the pioneer director of SESDEF and the current director of Sustainable Development Solutions Network, Professor Labode Kukola, as he gives his introductory remarks.
The Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor Kayode Adebowale, is represented by a young girl, Professor, and coincidentally there is another young girl, and they put me between the two young girls. So I recognize both of them, very powerful young girls. It takes the enlightened to know what I mean by young girls. Not everybody will know. So I am glad to be in between the two of you. I know that's the kind of protection that every man will need. I want to recognize the director of this center, especially Professor my brother, my student, my friend, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Also, I recognize you also. It's a pleasure for me to welcome all of you to the 14th edition of the annual Sustainable Development Summit. On behalf of the leadership of the Sustainable Development Solutions Network globally and Nigeria, I'm honored to address you all as we convene once again and deliberate on pressing matters that shape our trajectory towards sustainable development. As we embark upon the 14th edition of the ISDS, it is paramount to acknowledge the foundation upon which our endeavors stand. The birth of the University of Ibadan Center for Sustainable Development was more than a mere administrative decision. It was and remains a testament to the unwavering commitment of this university to champion the cause of sustainable development. And I'm proud to say that CESDEP is actually the first full-fledged center for sustainable development in the world. Sustainable development, as we have come to understand it, is not merely a concept, but a global aspiration and an ongoing process. It will never end. It is a pledge to safeguard our planet, elevate livelihoods, and champion the well-being of all, leaving no one behind. This endeavor is a shared one where academia and policymakers, development practitioners, and thought leaders all unite for innovation, advocacy, and implementation. The genesis of this center found resonance in the triumphant achievement of securing about $900,000 from the MacArthur Foundation, which, as the director informed us, gave birth to the first program, the Masters in Development Practice, which has now become a big center housing about 5 or 6 different programs. So when in 2013, the Sustainable Development Solutions Network was founded by the UN, and Nigeria became the first node to be launched, the natural home for SDSM to be was at CESDEP. And so we want to thank the center for hosting the SDSM. We have a room here that's our office. The annual Ibadan Sustainable Development Summit has edged itself as a cornerstone of our pursuits. It is a testament to our dedication to engaging with sustainable development goals as outlined by the United Nations. The SDGs are more than a framework. They are a universal compass guiding us towards a safer and livable planet and a brighter future. These 17 goals resonate to address global challenges, poverty and inequality, climate change and environmental shared commitment to leaving no one behind. The urgency of our actions is underscored by the critical juncture at which our world stands. We have crises in the environment, we have political crises, we have economic crisis, and we have to think together as to how to resolve this. The theme of this summit, engaging science, technology, and innovation in sustainable development, sounds as a clarion call to action. Let us therefore seize this opportunity to not only deepen our understanding, but also catalyze tangible change. Our discussions, deliberations, and collaborations hold the power to steer our nation and the rest of the world towards a more sustainable and prosperous future. I like to conclude by welcoming you all to the 14th ISDS. I wish to appreciate the leaderships of the university for its unflagging support over the years that have sustained our collective journey towards sustainability. May our collective effort echo through time as we strive to be the architect of a legacy that nurtures the present and safeguards the potential of future generations. On behalf of the ISDS leadership, I'd like to welcome all of you, and I wish all of you fruitful summer. Once again, good morning.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to recognize the presence of the Dean of the Faculty of Renewable Natural Resources, Professor Adejoke Akiele. Thank you for being here. Now we're going to listen to the chairman's address. And it's my pleasure to invite Professor Aderoke Bayerochu on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Kayode Akipowale.
Standing on existing protocol, my VC says, try not to stand too hard because you might break the protocol, but maybe I would lean on existing protocol. Now, development is a process which brings about progress, positive changes, and general improvement in human well-being. Sustainable development is that which is enduring, long-lasting, today, tomorrow, and forever. Throughout history, humanity has endeavored to intervene at different times for improvement of its lot. The Sustainable Development Goals, otherwise known as Agenda 2030 of the United Nations, is one of such interventions. Science, technology, and innovation are usually the intercept of these interventions, and they are indeed evolving at a faster rate than before. Virtually all aspects of human endeavor, ranging from communication, transportation, manufacturing, marketing, food production and processing, sports and healthcare, are now closely knitted with STI. Living in the contemporary world requires some level of acquaintance with basic knowledge of computer and basic technologies. The emergence of robotics and artificial intelligence has remarkably promoted businesses, knowledge industry, and government policies. The United Nations, through her various organs, such as the UNEP and UNESCO, have engaged in solution-finding missions, conferences, summits, and commissioned studies, all with a view of ensuring better life for humanity within a safe planet. With the adoption of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in 2015, the global community committed to ending poverty, protecting the planet, ensuring prosperity, and fostering peace through partnerships by 2030. Science, technology, and innovation is critical to achieving the SDGs. The contribution of STI to sustainable development stands out clearly in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. For example, Goal 9, Industry, Innovation, and Infrastructure, emphasizes fostering innovation and technological advancement for promoting inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Goal 17, Partnership for the Goals, advocates the partnership to support the development of STI, particularly through the operationalization of a technology bank and an STI capacity building mechanism to support developing countries. It has been observed that countries with robust STI-based socioeconomic policies and strategies generally have an advantage in global competitiveness, leading to economic growth and development. Science, technology, and innovation, combined with good governance, have become fundamental tools for supporting the transformation of productive structures and the rational use of natural resources. Successful integration of STI into a development paradigm requires moving beyond the existing fragmented and disconnected approaches of scientific research to a more holistic and integrated approach that addresses countries' development priorities and needs. Science, technology, and innovation systems should penetrate and be implemented through different sectors, taking into cognizance the rich indigenous knowledge in different communities. It's against this backdrop that the organizers of this summit have chosen the theme, engaging science, technology, and innovation in sustainable development. This theme is most apt at this moment when the global economy, environment, and security are constantly throwing up new challenges that require the application of business, unusual approaches to develop new interventions to solving the new and emerging problems. As usual, the summit parades seasoned academics from across Africa and beyond. Of particular note are Professor Jeffrey D. Sachs, a globally renowned economist, policy analyst, and sustainable development expert, and our very own Professor Adenike Oshofisan, the first African female professor of computer science. I'm optimistic that the summit will come up with useful resolutions in some of the challenges currently facing the globe and particularly developing countries. At this juncture, I wish to commend the commitment and diligence, prudence of the successive leadership of this Center for Sustainable Development since its inception. I'm very proud of the center, and I enjoin you to keep up the good work. Please be assured of the continued support of the university administration. On behalf of the University of Ibadan, I'd like to welcome all participants, both physical and virtual, to this very important summit. It is therefore my pleasure to declare the summit open while wishing you fruitful deliberations and memorable outcomes. Professor Kayode Adebowale, FAS, MNI. Thank you.
Very much. Now we are all where we have all come from, and that is to listen to the keynote address. I can assure you that the address has been well researched and it will be excellently delivered. As I welcome Professor Adenike Oshofisan to deliver the first keynote address.
Like to talk about email. So because of that, if I mix up my protocol, please forgive me.
a distinguished old boy or government college information. The old boy, that's the secret. He didn't want to tell you. And one of the things that connected us to him, because our husbands are also old boys, so we are both young girls. We recognize well in absentia, because a teacher will always be a teacher. Professor Olaniwaju, who was my teacher. Yes, when I was doing my MBA, the Department of Economics then. So my teacher, I recognize you. I also like to recognize, and it's also for me, the foundation vice chancellor, and also Professor Sakajimo, the director of SESDEF. Oh, I'm sorry, protocol again. The representative of the BOSA. The representative of the BOSA, please, I recognize you, Mr. A.A. Adagro. You also have something in common too. If you want to find out that one, please ask him yourself. I had it where I recognize my teacher, and it's also my student. So I recognize you too. I also like to recognize the PRO, because it's also a woman. Mrs. Joker Akipelu. I recognize all. Then the woman professor. I didn't catch your name, ma'am. Adejoke Akiyede, I recognize you. I recognize all deans here present, also all the HOD here present. Please, if I mix up my protocol, I apologize once again. And ladies and gentlemen, I recognize all of you because we are all important, because we are all in this business together. And it gives me great pleasure to deliver this keynote address in this in ISDS, engaging science, technology, and innovation in sustainable development. As a teacher, I always like to make sure that I'm on the same page with my students. So if I say certain things that I'm mundane to do, I also apologize. So what I'm going to cover what is science, what is technology, relationship between science and technology, what is innovation, the relationship between technology and innovation, and how science, technology, and innovation are connected together, and how these three things now using technology, because technology is actually what ties the three together. Because science, technology is applied science, and technology drives innovation. So when you look at this, technology is at the middle of the two of them, and the three of them are inseparable. So I'm going to start about what is science. According to Science Council, it is the pursuit and application of knowledge and understanding the natural and social world, following a systematic methodology based on evidence. So science is natural, and it is the natural and social for understanding the natural and social world, following a systematic method. Then the objective of science. Science must have an objective, science must have evidence, and science must have methodology that you follow, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to skip. Then what is technology? It's the application of scientific knowledge to make different operations easier and more convenient. So technology is applied science. And what is innovation? The process of translating an idea or invention into a good or service that creates value or for which customer will pay. So for something to be an innovative product, it must create value, and people must be willing to pay for that service or for that product. Otherwise, it's not innovation. So, and we have two broad categories of innovation. Evolutionary innovation, which is continuous or dynamic, that are brought about by many incremental advances in technology or processing. And you find that Technology, like I said, technology drives innovation. Now we have moved from 1G generation of technology. We are now in the 5th G generation. Actually, this topic is so big that you can write a whole book on it. I just try to summarize what is it. Then you also have what we call revolutionary innovation, also called discontinuous innovations, which are often disruptive and they are also very new. So you see what I have on my system is different from what you have. It's like yes. Yes. Sorry, I'm sorry about that. But it's also it's basically I just change to them. Sorry. So I'm just telling you the. So I'm now on broad categories of innovation. So I'm sorry the title. Sorry. And most of the time I'll just be speaking to the slide. I'm not going to read the slide verbatim because otherwise it's going to be boring. But you can get everything in the paper on the long run. So now relationship between technology and innovation. Innovation and technology are tightly interlaced. A technological innovation is a new or improved product or process whose technological characteristics are significantly different from before. There must be a difference between what used to be and what it is now. And implemented technological product innovations are new products or processes in application that have been brought to the market. It can be a product, it can also be a process. So how are they connected? Like I said before, technology is applied science and technology is interwoven with innovation. Therefore, the three are inseparable with technology as a connecting link between the three of them. So what is sustainable development? We had a lot of things about sustainable development. All the 17 SDGs, that is sustainable development goals, they are based on three fundamental pillars. And those three pillars are social, economic, and environmental. And they are interrelationships. So a technological and innovative product may have positive economic outcome, but may however also have negative consequences. And some of those things we now have, especially with the third G, the third revolution, where we have a lot of pollution, people don't know how to clear them. But with the advent of the 5G technology, some of these things are being taken care of in order to have what we call the sustainable development, that is a development that will not negatively impact the social and environmental dimensions, and a technology, a situation where we will not leave a lot of problems for the incoming generation. So I have the pictures. Can you give us a picture of sustainability development? I have a figure. I don't know which slide is it now. Is that now? Okay. So we see the three pillars of SDG. Social. Another social, you have quality of life, you have education, you have community development, you have equal opportunity, then you have law and ethics. Another economics, you have smart growth, long-range planning, cost savings, R&D spending, cost of living. Then another environmental, you have resource management, environmental protection, habitat protection, and presentation. And you have all the connection between them. There's a connection between social and economic, between social and environment, and between environmental and economic. And the three of them is what we call sustainability. So now, I now have listed the 17 SDG goals, and I've categorized each one of them under the three pillars. No poverty, that's social, under social. Zero hunger is also under social. Good health and well-being under social. Quality education under social. Gender equality under social. Clean water and sanitation under environmental. affordable and clean energy under environmental, decent work and economic growth under economic, improved infrastructure under economic, reduce inequalities under social, sustainable cities and communities under social, responsible consumption and production under economic, climate change action under environmental, life below water under environmental, life on land under environmental, peace, justice, and strong decision under social, power of partnership under economic. So all the 17 SDGs, you can place all of them under, some of them will belong to either of the two, but I place them where they have strong connection, connection. So you see that the 17 SDGs actually fall under social, economic, or environmental, with all their interrelationship. So how can we engage science, technology, and innovation in sustainable development? This by lecture, because like I said, you can write a book on this. I've used only 4 that are very, very pertinent to Nigerian situation. That is, technology, science, and innovation can be used to accelerate development, all the 3 pillars of sustainable development through creation of virtual enterprises, emergence of startups creating new services and industries, emergence of infrastructure of public services, and business process innovation of key sectors in Nigeria. So I'm going to talk maybe on those 4. That the topic is so wide, but I looked at the ones that I think are so germane to Nigerian situation, and that's why I zeroed in on those 4 broad areas. So I'm going to start with creation of virtual enterprises. Virtual creation of virtual jobs. Technology creates jobs through the provision of digital services and products in all sectors. It is creating relevant jobs in virtual space for men, women, and youth of all ages who are innovators and entrepreneurs. Virtual jobs has nothing to do with gender imbalance. Virtual jobs has nothing to do with environmental pollution. Virtual jobs, whether you have money or you don't have money, you can have access to money. Those are the things I'm going to talk about, so that when you look at virtual jobs, they kind of took care of some of the problems of sustainable development. So, fintech. What's fintech? Mobile on payments, cash and transactions. Does it have anything to do whether you're a woman, a girl, or a boy, or whatever? It is. Everybody can take part in fintech. And fintech has created a lot of jobs, and I'm going to get to that later. E-commerce, online shopping, online marketplaces, delivery of items. There was a time that was even trying of going to Abeokuta to now talk to all those students and create a website for them where they can advertise their product so that they can sell directly online instead of going through middlemen who makes all of the money, so that they can make the money themselves. E-commerce, online shopping, online marketing. And maybe now that I'm retired, I'll just go into that one because I don't like what's going on today. China is now selling anti-direct. So that if you are not careful, our anti-direct industry is going to go into extinction. But when you look at quality, they are not the same thing. But the China anti-direct is so cheaper than Nigeria anti-direct. Somebody came to my house and said, I wanted to sell the anti-direct. He gave me the China version, I gave me the Nigerian version. I think the Nigerian version, even that one was costly. And I think that's something that we must begin to have in Nigeria. Sense of ownership. We should not be thinking about only money and money and money again, something that costs less. So maybe I'm going to pick up this project finally, because I was so infuriated when I saw the thing. China will come here and take our Ghanaian away and send the Ghanaian back to us. Now they are going to our direct, and now they are going to take a lot of this also. The idea we begin to think about this thing, I think it's something I have to go into. Go to Abeokuta and begin to organize this thing so that we can begin to sell our product. And you see what we call market differentiation. We are going on the internet. We made a distinction between our own direct and China direct and create a niche for our own direct. I think that's the way we need to go to. And that's part of the things we can do for sustainability. Because we are not very careful, some of our indigenous things just go away. And we must not let them to go away. Then when you talk about education, we have educational websites, online classes, e-learning, that anybody who wants to learn can learn. Fortunately now, you can even learn in Yoruba online. You can learn in Igbo online. So some of these things must be to tell you, I talk about them. Social sites, entertainment, sports, health technology, telemedicine, medical diagnosis, virtual agricultural jobs, they are not available online. So those are the things, and tell me which planet degradation, where all of these things we are talking about cause. No. So the fintech, like I said before, is one of the biggest new technology services in Nigeria now. You have mobile payments, payment processing, mobile lending, that nobody is going to ask you to come and put your house down before they can give you before you can get money from the bank. It's now fintech is now making lending, saving, all of those things very, very easy for people to do. And banking in Nigeria remains an attractive sector with over 9 billion in value pools. But despite high levels of competition, the vast majority of consumers are understaffed. However, fintech has now come to fill up that space. So because most of the banks lack access to service, especially in rural areas, issues of availability and poor user experience all contribute to frustration consumer experience, right from the consumer perspective. But fintech, what has fintech does? The problem created by our big brands, now fintech is now bridging the gap. Now have affordable payments, quick loans, flexible savings, flexible investment among others. And these are available to all, including people in the rural area. So what are the kinds of products that fintech produces? I have wallets, processors, remittance, partner service providers, savings, wealth management, retail lending, MSME lending, lending infrastructure, personal finance, merchant solution. With all this, and you see that most people now who are engaged in fintech, they are young Nigerians. So with Nigerian youth population, increasing smartphone penetration and a focused regulatory drive have enabled fintech to increase financial inclusion and cashless payments. Nigeria is now home to over 200 fintech and standalone companies, creation of job again, plus a number of fintech solutions offered by banks and mobile network operators as part of their product portfolio. And between 2014 and 2019, Nigeria Boston fintech scene raised from 600 million in funding, attracting 25%, that is $122 million of the $409.6 raised by African tech startup in 2019 alone. That's a lot of wealth creation. And most of the people involved in fintech, they are youth. Then you have, like I said before, e-commerce. Now, technology has now made e-commerce available. Like I said, jewelry, accessory, apparel are direct. You don't put them online. How they work with me? She finished the UI. She had just finished her master. No job. But she went through so many of these artisan work, and I told her, go and create a website. And she did. And people are now calling her to come and train some people, even chapel. There was a time, the chapel of resurrection, called her to come and train some women, widows, to do some of those things. And she sells a product online today. She didn't have to go and borrow money from any bank. She didn't need any brick and mortar space to sell her product. All she needed to create a website, get people to find out what's going on. And I told her very soon, very, very soon, if a lot of people are visiting your site, you are going to get some big companies coming to what? Advertise on your site. And when they come to advertise on your site, what does that translate to? Foreign exchange for her. Many people, you see, TikTok now is making a lot of money for people. What is he talking about? Maybe it's just about telling stories. Telling stories, people are now making money out of telling stories. Bloggers, they make a lot of money now. So all these shoots that are doing Yahoo, there's no need for them to do Yahoo. Blogging alone, if you tell very good stories and you have very good whatever on your blog, as soon as people take note of what you are doing, people will come and start advertising. And when they come to advertise, what does that translate to? It translates into what? Work for you. It translates even creation of a job for other people for you. So there's so many things. And that's why I'm so much against the police arresting youth with phones, with smartphones, arresting youth with smart computers. With phone and smart computers, it can make a lot of difference in their own life and also in the life of other people, and also generating foreign exchange for Nigeria. So it is high time that our policemen should stop taking smartphones from people. You have a smartphone. If you are an innovator, you will not be poor. That's the truth of the matter. And it goes for every profession. People there are only people in science are lying. It's for everybody. Whichever, whatever it is that you have studied, you can make use of your phone to create virtual job, create wealth for yourself, and you also create job for other people. Online bridal stores. You just notice now that most Black Americans, when they get married, even in the US, what kind of clothes do they wear? Nigerian attire. You see all of them coming at home. Where do you think they get all of those things from? Online. So, online carrying and talking drums. There are so many things that you can create on our e-commerce. So, like I said, online food ordering, online rental business, online car booking platform. All of us now. What do we call when we don't want to go somewhere and we don't want to go with that car? What's the name of that thing? Uber. Uber has no office. Uber is in the virtual space. Uber is where? It's in the virtual space. You want to buy books? Amazon. How many buildings do Amazon possible? No. All virtual. Honestly, like all students, if you now collect old books and put them online, books that people no longer want in their house, collect them and put them online, and you start selling them at a reduced price, you make money. So all we need is what innovation, online tutorial business, online employment portal, online translation services, online books, also many things. There's so many things that we can do online. And all of these things, though. So now, contribution of virtual enterprises to job creation in Nigeria. Due to Nigerian population, there has always been a huge need for jobs in the countries ever since independence. The growth of technology has helped to significantly manage the growing number of employment. The ICT sector alone is one of the largest employers of labor in the country and is directly responsible for creating millions of jobs. According to NCC and ICT alone provided 2.5 million jobs in 10 years in Nigeria. So, and it's now stated that if once Nigeria gets 75% internet penetration, it will generate 44 billion jobs. Once Nigeria hits 75% internet penetration, then Nigeria will create 44 billion jobs. Does that mean anything to us? Yes, it does. 44 million jobs. How many people now? How many of our children do not have jobs? Are they up to 44 million? Oh, so virtual jobs alone. If Nigeria government we put in place a good broadband so that we can get 75% penetration of the internet, Nigeria is capable of creating 44 billion virtual jobs. So, our Nigerian digital sector is expected to create 3 million jobs in Nigeria by 2027. Since 2013, the global tech market has been growing, creating jobs, providing salaries and wide range of services and products. And according to ICT sector, according to NCC, the ICT sector alone contributed 14.47% of the 3.1 trillion naira to Nigerian GDP in the first quarter of 2023. 17.47% is what the ICT sector created for Nigeria in the first quarter of 2023. I'm not talking about 10 years. I'm not talking about 2025. This 2023. Not only production, but it's also demonstrated the market growth in nominal terms. So that's graph for you. From 2016 to 2020. Please, where do you have the peak of this growth? We have it in here, year 12, year 2020. So what happened between year 2019 and year 2020? COVID. So even with the pandemic, because of the availability of the virtual space, that's why we have a lot of virtual businesses going on in Nigeria. Does that say something? So, characteristics of virtual enterprises: no gender, no racial or age discrimination. It is basically on what? Innovation. Once you are creative, you are innovative, you can create product. That's all you need. It doesn't ask you, where are you from? Are you from Ghana? Or where are you from the baby? It does not ask you, are you female or are you male? It does not ask you about your age, whether you are 10 years old or whether you are 100 years old. And it is even low capital based. Most of the things I'm talking about, you have a good phone. That's all you need. And that's the truth of the matter. And a few knowledge of certain things, which you can pick up online yourself and train yourself. Creates wealth and reduces poverty. And it's environmentally friendly. And it allows for capitalization of the Nigerian economy, which has been mainly based on what? On crude oil. And that's why we are suffering today. And I know with time, all of these things will change. It will also increase our foreign earnings and also contribute to our GDP. So you see that virtual jobs alone are taking care of many of the SDG problems, whether it's social problem, economic problem, or the environmental problem. Only one, virtual enterprises. So I'm now going to go to another one. Emergence of startup creating new services and industry. One is very, very popular now, Java.com. How many people remember when Google man came to Nigeria? He didn't visit anybody of importance that cared about. He went to Java.com. That's why he went. Because he saw that future. And most of our Nigerians stand like Weber Bank, they also see that future. So that this man will now go and carry all our young entrepreneurs away to America. So that's when I saw the people partnering with Java.com. I was very happy. Java.com is a diverse piece of professionals, innovative communities, and trade-based organizations shaping up the African technology ecosystem. Java.com Bank is already growing as Nigeria technology hub and closer to hundreds of banking institutions, educational institutions, technology and startup companies. These startup companies are already attracting investors, venture capitalists, enthusiasts, and media people from all over the world. Nobody invited us to the Bank. He came himself. Go and visit that place. Java.com builds a diverse community of technology professionals, communities and organizations, and leverage on their collective expertise to accelerate technology advancement in Africa. Java.com's aim is to position Africa at the forefront of digital transformation, leveraging on innovative spirit and technological prowess to engineer solutions with global impact. Java.com brings like-minded individuals together. So when you bring like-minded individuals together, what I also do is partnership, which is also part of SDG goals. Creating collaborative environment where aspiring innovators can succeed in creating global solutions. Java.com community is an incredibly vibrant and collaborative space that fosters innovation. Java.com connects individuals and communities on a unified platform to drive innovation and digital transformation on the global level. Java.com partners, you have the Courtesy Technology, InfoBit, Weber Bank, Homemade, Ogaranya, Lise, Ready Direct, Work Central, Balance Page, JP, most of them are African organization. Look at the people involved in Javacom. Young youth, young, vibrant, people like you. Those are the people now that drive Javacom value in the urban Lagos. So some of you, please, maybe you need directors. Maybe you need to take some of your students. You have been there before.
I'm already thinking about that.
You are already thinking about that.
I've noted it.
You have noted it. They can also have ideas. Unfortunately, as a result of School of Business, we wanted to start this kind of DBC man. Now I'm going to use this menu to appeal to you, man, and to the organization that let the University of School of Business breathe. Give that center. I'm not joking. Let that place breathe. And places like this. Don't just go there and taking money. Let them breathe. We wanted to start this kind of up. And we are going to raise money from our former students, starting from MBA Economics. Initially, to raise about 200 million. But UI, because we were tied to the leg of UI, 100%, that project did not see the light of day. So, I learned that you are one council has given School of Business some kind of autonomy. Let that autonomy begin to operate. Don't tie School of Business to PG school. School of Business is a business. It is not where a mixture of business and academic, but it's mainly business. You talked about Harvard School of Business. They are the one sustaining Harvard. Kellogg. Most people don't even know that it's Northwestern State University that owns Kellogg. Yes, ma'am. So, but it's Kellogg that is driving Northwestern State underground. So please, I'm begging you. Let your administration make the difference. Let School of Business breathe. But sir, you are actually. Honestly, because you see, you are asked a lot of opportunities. If the best of Ibadan, let them breathe. You are very, very rich, extremely rich, and I'm not joking. You'll be born very, very rich. Please let them breathe. You have a chicken. That's what I told you when you came. Now you want a chicken. You want to use it to make business. The first egg, the chicken produced, you ate all of it and you won't eat the chicken. So let's go on. I'm sorry. So yeah, back home. The emergence of new infrastructure and public services. And I'm going to talk about one of them in particular, smart cities. Smart cities, what do they mean? Smart cities are based on technical and technological innovation, new way of thinking, creation of new services and new financing ways, which is participation that we're talking about. It aims to give public services and urban infrastructure more efficiency. In a smart city, local authorities are engaged in a global digital strategy that is economic, social, cultural, and educative. Smart city represents a big opportunity of local economic development that is development into new sectors, internationalization, economic relaunch, and territories. Smart city promotes collaboration between public and private sectors to increase economic benefit. And I'm sure public-private partnership is part of also what sustainable development. Collaboration between large companies and startups. That's what we are now seeing in Yabacom Valley. Collaboration between farms in general. The core infrastructure elements in a smart city are adequate water supply, assured electricity supply, sanitation, including solid waste management, efficient urban mobility and public transportation, affordable housing, especially for the poor, robust IT connectivity and digitization, good governance, especially e-governance and citizen participation, sustainable environment, safety and security of citizens, particularly women, children, and the elderly, health and education. What's all the ITG all about? They are all in this massive. Everything in this massive. This is a pictorial view of a typical smart city. But Nigeria too also has its own smart city. And I just hope that, you know, when anything comes to Nigeria, it comes to you. I hope that this smart city that they're already building, it's called a co-Atlantic city. It is Nigeria smart city. It now exists. A co-Atlantic city is the first African smart city located in Lagos, Nigeria. A co-Atlantic city is one that please take your students also to a co-Atlantic city. A co-Atlantic city is under construction on a land reclaimed from the Atlantic Ocean. When finished, the new peninsula, you are saying okay, actually is also a solution to part of environmental problem. And I will soon talk about that one. When finished, the new peninsula will inhabit at least 250,000 residents and have a daily inflow of 150,000 people. What do you think those 150,000 people are going there to do? Work. A co-Atlantic city is under construction on a land reclaimed from the Atlantic Ocean. Development also is designed to help stop erosion of the Lagos City coast. So it's also solving one of the problems of what? The environmental problem. Among the buildings of the co-Atlantic City project is a series of towers of over 30 floors, including a co-clean towers and a co-energy estate surrounded by terrace houses. Then the infrastructure they have in the co-Atlantic City is an 8-lane boulevard of 1,500 meters long and three line streets. What does that forget? Three. That's environmental too. 3 line streets, a well-planned road network, and underpass of 10 traffic inside and outside the city. Solar that can accommodate around 300 sellers that can accommodate around 300 ships, and independent, clean, and well-kept water supply center, compliant with WHO standard. Well-planned wastewater collection system. Grand surface drainage pipe, bringing water back to the ocean. No waste, no waste, no waste. When I went to Israel, that I didn't go for what do you call it? I went for knowledge. But even though then, you know, they are part of the pilgrimage, and they gave me one certificate. And I also got myself baptized again with my Jordan. But mainly I went there. There is no water wasted in it. Even though it's a desert, but no water wasted. Every water, even the one you used to take your bath, is recycled. The one you use in flushing toilets is used for planting extract about nature. So you find that everything, and how did they, you know, the amount of water that goes into every plant in Israel is measured. So that each plant has exactly the amount of water that it requires. No waste. It's not that your gardener every morning, all of us that we have garden. So everything is wet managed. How do you think they get to about doing this? It's technology. Even their neighbors who are their so-called enemies, some of them, Israel, with the little water they have, you know, they supply Jordan with water too. So, underground storm drainage pipe, water treatment plant, wastewater that converts wastewater into fertilizer. That's what they do in Israel. Nursery with capacity to produce a minimum of 250,000 trees. Man, all the trees that you fell in the UI, this one is not all of them. I'm not joking. Sir, the forester, please help them. All those trees, they must come back. In addition with he wants. That's part of sustainable development. Exactly. Right? So please, everybody believes that sorry, okay. Reliable independent electricity. There was something I was going to have about 1 hour. That's how I'm taking my time. I thought, I was told 1 hour, so that's why I'm taking my time. Reliable and independent electricity. Advanced fiber optical telecommunications. Clean water utility stability is not below street level and 15 bridges. Now this is our sorry, please, the picture of the whole Atlantic city, please stop. That is our own city, and I go follow everything supposed to follow. When we have many more cities like this in Nigeria, we are going to be what? Sustainable in everything, socially, economically, and environmentally. The business key processes. Business processes now have an online presence. So this one I can, because I'm sure a lot of people are going to talk about them. I've chosen, I think, 5 sectors. I chose agri, I chose health, I chose education, I chose tourism. Those are all the things that can promote Nigeria and can give Nigeria sustainable development. More businesses now have an online presence. The internet provides them with new ways of reaching out to customers and competing for market share. Over the past few years, social media has established itself as a powerful marketing tool. Tech tools employed with companies and governments help to streamline business processes and improve efficiency. You see, the unprecedented explosion of connected devices throughout the world has created new ways for businesses and to serve their customers. Agriculture. We now have what we call e-agri. According to FAO, agri remains the largest sector of the Nigerian economy and employs 2/3 of the entire labor force. Tech has provided tools for empowering farmers to be well informed and take quality decisions, which have positive impact on the way agriculture and allied activities are conducted. Data enables farmers and agri-businesses to closely monitor crop cultivation, optimize the use of agrochemicals and natural resources, and adapt quickly to changing environmental conditions. The application of precision agriculture and technology have resulted in increased efficiency and reduced cost. The infusion of new advanced agricultural technologies has allowed the global agricultural sector to surge ahead and transform the way producers cultivate, harvest, and distribute agricultural commodities. The use of technology in agriculture or e-agriculture has accelerated agricultural and rural development by adopting innovative ways to improve the existing information and communication processes. It has particularly revolutionized smallholder agriculture and several agrarian economies and has helped address several challenges associated with traditional form of agriculture. The agricultural scene today requires the integration of sophisticated technologies such as temperature and moisture sensors, robust GPS technology, and area images to name a few. Such digital farming tech also aids in empowering rural farmers by allowing them better access to effective production strategies, banking, and financial services. Tech in agriculture provides farmers with vital information pertaining to sowing, crop protection, and improving soil fertility that enables them to improve agricultural productivity. Weather-related adversities and alerts help them to prepare for sporadic events such as flood, drought, or even pests and disease outbreak, thus preventing significant crop loss. Tech tools also provide them with a reliable channel to seek the best market price in the local markets and other daily updates for their produce to ensure they receive fair returns. In Nigeria, what happens? It's the middlemen that make all the money in Nigeria, and the farmers remain poor. But with e-farming, that one will be a thing of the past because they have information on hand and they can even sell globally. Their market need not be in Nigeria alone. They can now participate in local agriculture. And most Nigerians today, they know how to use mobile phone. So the farmers to their mobile phones, How many more minutes?
5 minutes.
Okay, anyway, what I've done is to detail you what SEC can do for agriculture. I'm sure the slide will be available online. What so we call it agribusiness, then revamping agriculture, I've spoken about them. And how can you revamp agriculture, regulatory policy and governance, agricultural extension and advisory services, enhanced market access, environmental sustainable agriculture, because agriculture now can be environmentally sustainable. Early warning system, food safety and accessibility, financial inclusion and risk management, capacity building and empowerment. Those are all the things with remote sensing, Internet of Things, robotics, and all of those things. So we can get all of those things done. Then with help, preventing of medical errors, reducing healthcare costs, increasing administrative efficiency, reducing paperwork, expanding access to affordable care. That's all the things that have in the health sector. Then there are challenges, and also spoke about those challenges, which you can also read because it's up. Then tourism and hospitality industry. Nigeria can also make a lot of money from that as well. So online booking platform, leveraging on mobile application, leveraging data analytics for personalization and business insight, leveraging data analytics, because actually what you need to do. I did something I don't know how many years ago on the Express Road using data analytics. And I gave that report to the police. I'm sure they never did it. I collected every information about road accidents and all the things that are happening between Ibadan and Lagos Expressway. I was able to pinpoint the villages where those robbers come from. Yes. I was able to pinpoint what mostly cause accidents. It's not, what cause accident? They are caused by tires. And I won't mention the car. And some particular vehicle, we show that vehicle has some deficiency. Exactly. That something has to be done. I gave the report. So that they will now tell me they take me to court. So that's the work of Nigerian intelligence. The Nigerian intelligence is not to stop the position of that car. It is not my own to not be mentioning car. And now, so when they take me to court, you need to be part of it. I gave it to people I'm supposed to give it to, and they did not do anything about it. Even now, I think I want to go to that thing all the way in with this kidnappers. You see, with big data analysis, you don't even have to go and start collecting data again. It's data that already exists. The data that already exists that you are going to use. It's not that you are not going to say, how would I please fill this one for me? No. Go to where those data exist and collect them. The same thing with agriculture, the same thing with anything. It was when I did something for computer science too, I discovered that our students, any student that came to the Department of Computer Science with A1 in chemistry and with part of physics and math, they all came out in first class. Yes. That's why we now make chemistry compulsory. So don't come out with what we call it, admission criteria. You must have this, must have that. Find out exactly what it is that you need to bring those students in. So let's go on. That's my area, data analytics. And I use it a lot. Tell you the truth, if I look at your CV, if you're a fraud, I'll tell you you're a fraud. And I'm not joking. When I was president of my association, my vice president was a fraud. Nobody reported him to me. And we moved him out. So you see, there's a lot of things you can do with data. Data that already exists. Somebody said he wanted fellowship. When I became provost, I looked at the person's CV and I called him and said, you better go and withdraw your fellowship before I expose you. Only looking at the CV. Yes. If you look at people's CV and do a lot of cross analysis, you will find people are fraudulent. I won't go. Let's go. Data analysis. Well, cyber security, when you are providing hospitality, please make sure that you take care of cyber security. Remember, the was in Mumbai with the hotel where those people are killed. So, digital marketing, is a good thing. I thought I was going to speak on 1 hour. So, education, all the things that we can do in education, personalized learning, monitoring, access to all sorts of information, improvement of learning skill, maintenance of control over educational process, enhanced collaboration, some ways for transforming our education, and then conclusion. In conclusion, technology has become an integral part of every sector of the economy, revolutionizing the way businesses operate and interact with, from enhancing the customer experience to streamlining operation, leveraging data analytics and embracing digital marketing strategies. Technology has opened up new possibilities for growth and success. As new industry continues to evolve, stakeholders must stay abreast of emerging technologies and trends to remain competitive in the dynamic landscape. By harnessing the power of technology, the Nigerian social, economic, and environmental pillars of sustainable development can continue to strive. In today's world, organizations that embrace technology are leading when it comes to growth and innovation. From small startups to large corporations, innovative companies are utilizing technology to streamline operations, increase productivity and efficiency, and provide better experiences for customers. These organizations leverage on various tools ranging from artificial intelligence to cloud computing to machine learning to robotics. By keeping up with technological advances, innovative individuals and organizations can achieve growth and sustainable development while minimizing environmental degradation and also inspiring others to think outside the box and drive innovation. In conclusion, technology has played significant roles in the creation of virtual enterprises, emergence of startup creating new services and industry, emergence of the infrastructure of public services, and public business process of each sector. It has transformed agriculture, healthcare, education, as well as hospitality and tourism industry. As we move forward, it is further to strike a balance between the benefits of technology and the need for human interaction, creativity, and critical thinking in all of these endeavors. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for listening.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you are agree with that. That was a very keynote address. Please let's appreciate Professor. You would have given us so much time to deliver the lecture, but we are constrained for time. The next keynote address is coming online, and the speaker is scheduled to start at noon. So that's why we are hurrying Professor Shopison up. Now, after the other keynote address, we're going to have a discussion of her paper. So she still has more opportunity to talk to us. Please, can we take that seat? Thank you. I'd just like to recognize the presence of the representative of the Dean of the Social Sciences, Professor Yusa Yakoyaju, there. Represent. Thank you very much. Okay. I also like to recognize the presence of Professor Stella Odeboti, PJ Past Dean of Agriculture. Thank you very much, ma'am. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are going to listen to the next keynote address, and it's going to be delivered by Dr. Rasim Lee, the Director of Data Management, Digital Products and Technology at Academia 2063. He's going to talk to us from Senegal. Over now.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me? Hello?
It's online with us. Thank you for joining us. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can I share the screen? Can I start? Okay.
Okay, just in 2 minutes, it's coming up, but you can share your screen now.
Okay. All right. I'm sharing my screen then. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, colleagues. I'm very happy to be here. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it in person in Ibadan, but this is the beauty of technology where we can join online. My name is Rasin Lee, and I work at Academia 2063 as the director for the Department of Data Management, Digital Products and Technology. Academia 2053, for those who doesn't know the institution, is a non-profit international research organization headquartered in Kigali, Rwanda, with a regional office for Western and Central Africa in Dakar, Senegal, where I am currently based. So most of our staff used to be at IFPRI, the International Food Policy Research Institute. And then our work stream, our main work stream, is to provide data analysis to the African Union Commission and also member states to successfully implement the Agenda 2063. That's why you see 2063 in our name. So today I would like to share a presentation about our fourth program, which is called Africa Agriculture Watch, AGWA. That is using artificial intelligence and satellite remote sensing data to help our decision makers in the African continent to take informed decision making in the agricultural sector by bringing in the predictability approach that artificial intelligence is allowing us to do. So I have just a few key messages here. Before I start, we all know that the Africa agriculture sector is facing numerous threats. So you name it, you have COVID-19, you have climate change, you have conflicts, you have extreme climate events. We also even have also health crisis. Either it is with species, for example, plant disease and pests, but also in human beings such as COVID-19. What those crises are teaching us, and we've been knowing this for a while, but the pace at which it is happening is actually emphasizing the fact that we need more planning, good planning and preparedness to reduce uncertainties in decision making. The risk of letting uncertainties to guide or get in our decision making process is that our decision making will be based on anecdotal facts, and therefore it doesn't allow us to respond properly to our main most pressing issues. So based on that, conventional data gathering that we witness and we know in our countries and analytics techniques might not be adequate actually to deliver the level of details that is required for tailored, for example, intervention planning and for efficiently intervene in our communities. And here, what we try to do with AGWA is to say, okay, we can use satellite remote sensing data because it will help us actually reduce the data gap. I will come back to it later on. And the second emerging technologies that we are using is machine learning, which is a subset of AI that allows to learn actually the hidden patterns for predictions that human beings might not be able to do or are not aware of in a conscious way. So the Africa Agriculture Watch combines both technologies to disseminate the data and analysis to support decision-making in the African agricultural sector. So the presentation is a five-fold presentation. I'm going to start with an anatomy of decision-making because I've been talking about it a lot. But what do we mean by decision-making in the context of AGWA? And second, to talk about the concept of enriching the input data with satellite data, and then talk a little bit about the predictability aspect that AI is helping us to do. And then talk a little bit about the AGWA conceptual framework and the main and upcoming products. But I can, if we have enough time and if you allow me, I can also do a small demo of the AGWA platform that is open access 24/7. So our overarching goal here, to start with that, if you look at this pyramid, we start, the core aspect of AGWA is to start with predictions. And then to use models, for example, those with the AI and machine learning, to make the invisible visible. Even if you see the word, the invisible is in light gray and the visible is in blue. So how do we make sure that we can at least allow our decision makers to navigate through uncertainties? Usually the metaphor that I'm using to explain predictability and how it is important to us is that imagine you are in a room that is dark. You don't know who is there. You don't know if there are tables, obstacles. You don't know nothing about it. But we do know that we need to get out of that room. So navigation in that room will be difficult because we don't know what is there, and then the risk that is present. But imagine, for example, someone like Wale will just light a small candle. Even with the candle, you're not able to recognize people, but at least you'll be able to recognize shapes. And therefore, it will allow you to avoid those obstacles until you find the door to get out. That's actually what predictions will help us in times of uncertainties. We might not know in with precision what would be the possible scenario, but at least you can know with a certain level of accuracy what might happen in the near future. Now, once we reduce the uncertainties in the decision-making process, if we stop there, it's a model, we are researchers, we publish it, we have our names and all of that, but it will remain among a few people, those who are expert in the domain or those who are interested in the sector, and then we just read the paper. But how do we make sure that we can actually open it up to a larger public for a better good? That's why we embed the model in a tool, in a digital tool, and then we say two things. The first one, the users don't have to bear the cost of technicalities when it comes to AI and those kind of stuff. But second, also, they don't need to reinvent the wheel. Everything is accessible online, and the outputs can be used to strategize and hopefully to have a greater impact in the society through policies. So this is actually our approach, our overarching goal with AGWA. Now, about the anatomy of decision-making, because there are several of them. So I will maybe just focus on this graph. If you look at a simplistic way of explaining decision-making is, for example, you have an input data. You have a situation and input data. For example, today in Senegal, it's raining. So the input data is that this morning I saw that the sky was dark. It's a little bit windy. A little bit yesterday was very hot. And so the input data is telling me, based off what I know historically, that this is announcing probably rain. I didn't check the forecast, for example, from the meteorological office. Now, my judgment is actually, yeah, maybe this is a sign that it will rain tomorrow. My training is that from the past, from what I have learned, is that if you see those signs, it will rain probably. Now I'm making a predictions. Tomorrow morning might rain. And when I woke up this morning, I say, oh, okay, it might rain maybe. So then the action, what is the action that I'm going to take? I say, okay, I should change the way I dress, maybe, because I'm going out. So the action I'm taking and the outcome is that I'm not going to be wet as if I didn't have that coat. Now, once I have the outcome, either it's positive or negative. Maybe I can take an action, it won't rain. So I have additional stuff with me that I need to take care of. The outcome is that we'll go back to the judgment. Today, I had a right outcome, so it will reinforce my training and say that, okay, these are still the good signs that it will rain. Next time, I will use that. And you can go all the way to the input data to help me actually even interpret the data better. So this is the way we use actually the decision-making process in AGWA. Now here, we are focusing on two things here in AGWA, not everything. We are focusing on the input data and the predictions. So input data is that we will focus there on satellite remote sensing data, but also historical data and ground truth data. So how do we augment the data we already have with, let's say, more efficient and more publicly available satellite data? And how do we now add a layer of predictions, not only predictions based on human intelligence and human understanding of the situation, but augmented with also forecasts based on the machine learning. The objective here is that once the predictions are done, now our decision makers can use their judgment and their training to add value to those predictions. So the prediction will be the baseline, but the knowledge of the system or the knowledge of the environment, the ecosystem, the societal information, all of that combined will help the decision maker to add value to the predictions that we are providing to them. Now, the hope, the aim here is that that will be a more informed action and hopefully to have the right outcome. Now, when it comes to enriching the input data, so these are two maps of Africa. This is from a paper that we published about machine learning challenges and opportunities in African agriculture sector. It's a general perspective. And what we saw here is that you have the data availability index and the data capability index. So here, what you can see is that data availability is not that, let's say, present in Africa. So just a few countries are having, let's say, a score greater than 0.4 or 0.5. The rest actually is very low. Now, if you look at the data capability, which is actually looking for using, for example, the data ecosystem, for example, IT technologies, the labor, and also look at the infrastructure, a lot of African countries, they have the capability to generate a lot of data. So now the gap between the two maps is showing that there are barriers we need to overcome. We have the capacity to generate data, but the data is not available. It doesn't mean that though the data is not collected. The data can be collected, but it's not available. So it's an availability issue. So what we're trying to say here is that if we relied on traditional data collection or mechanisms that we know, it won't work actually so far, because if it was the case, it have been worked. I mean, it will be not. We won't have these maps as of today. Now, what we're trying to do is that, okay, can we enrich the input data by looking at satellite data for several reasons? Before I go to the panels here, figure 5, 4 to 7, I'm just going to focus on the text first. Remote sensing data can cover a large area with one image acquisition. So here you can cover let's say an area of, for example, 100 by 100 kilometers with a satellite snapshot. If you want, and with several layers of information, if you want to do that with enumerators, actually it won't be possible. You will just have to have a sample size, a sample area to collect a few data, and then you extrapolate or you interpolate. So here, satellite allows us to cover a large area at once. And second, each image actually is giving us a lot of data. For example, you might have an information about the red, the green, and the blue channels. You have information about the near infrared, the shortwave infrared, so many spectral layers that are telling you different things about what is going on the ground. If you have enumerators, you can have also information that can augment what you already have with satellite. But those information from satellite, they are the only source that can allow you to have that. For example, enumerators cannot give you the near infrared reflectance for such a large area, but they can add more valuable information by going on the ground and help you to verify and validate the satellite data that you are collecting. And lastly here, each area of data acquisition is revisited several times a year. This is also a very good advantage, because if you want to do that also in a traditional way, it will mean that you will send several colleagues, enumerators several times in a year. That is very expensive. But from here, sitting in my living room, I'm not at the office today. It's a holiday in Senegal. But sitting here, I can just open the laptop and say, I would like to know what is going on right now in Senegal in terms of rainfall. And I can check those information for the last 20 years just by writing a few lines of codes, and I know the trend. So that information might not be possible if you wanted to go the traditional way. So these are the reasons why actually we said, okay, let's go to collect satellite data information, and then we combine them with ground truth data. So quickly, figure 4 at the top left is a cropland region in Senegal. Here it's just to show that the bigger picture, the main image is like a red, green, blue combination with what we call natural color, us as human beings, what we can see. And then the sub-image, if I can call it that way, in a level of grays, is the near infrared. Us as human beings, we cannot see infrared layers, let's say light. But there you can see some spots that are very bright, and that's where you have actually the most intense photosynthetic activities. So as a proxy to say that those are very healthy vegetation, and if they are croplands, we can expect that they are very healthy as well, because the mechanism that they use to do the photosynthesis is working very well. We take the same image, figure number 5, and there, after processing 2 layers, near infrared and red, we have what we call here the normalized difference vegetation index. And remember the bright dots or pixels that we have at figure number 4, we see them here also in red because they have a high level of vegetation index as a proxy that they are very healthy and potentially can have a good yield, potentially. And then now I'm going to the right panel, the second column. So figure 6 is a true color. So again, what we can see as humans in Egypt is a cropland. But the beauty of machine learning is that today, just if you provide this image, figure 6, to someone, no one will be able to tell you what type of crop it is because everything is green. It's green everywhere. If you don't know the area, you don't even know it's in Egypt, that this country that is producing a lot of wheat, we don't know what it is. No one would say that I know what type of crop is this one. But with machine learning, we can actually group them by similarities. That's what we call unsupervised classification. Actually, we just take the pixels and then we collect their spectral signatures, or let's say their footprints, something that can help us to identify them. And then we group them by similarities. And then what we can see now is a different story. Now we have different colors. And actually each color or group of pixel in one specific color means potentially the same crop. So here, an additional information we might need to send just a few enumerators to go, maybe 10 of them, 5 in each color, for example, and say, can you tell me what type of crop it is? What is interesting here is that by just doing some processing with machine learning, we can actually create the story. We start identifying things. Now it's just the labeling process that is missing. So this is an introduction to how machine learning can help us in the agricultural sector when you combine it with satellite data. Now, I talked about spectral signature. I don't have it will be very short for the rest. Figure number 6 this is, for example, the spectral signature. This is how objects on Earth reflect the sunlight. This is passive remote sensing. So it means that the sun is sending lights on the ground. All of us, every object on Earth, reflect part of it. It's that reflection that the satellite is collecting. So now we see these signals. For example, alfalfa, corn, and you have grass and pasture, soybeans, wheat, woods. So these are the spectral signatures that we are looking at. And we see that for some bands and regions, the crops are responding very high. So if we want to characterize them and recognize them later in the future, those are potential areas that we would like to use to say, oh, I think that there's a probability of 95% that what I'm seeing here is alfalfa, for example. So now, just going further in details for the vegetation index, for example, this is a process that we did also in 2 locations, just to see that, to show that there is a difference in signature. For example, in Kolda, which is a rural area in Senegal, you see that the NDVI is very smooth. You can see the peaks and the low values. For example, if you have peaks, you can imagine it's the peak of the agricultural season. For example, for the activity, if it's in the growing in the agricultural season. But if you go to urban areas, you can see that you have like seasonalities, but the signal is very distorted. And because the reason for that is that it's an urban area, it's in Dakar, the capital city, and you have a lot of buildings and roads, and all of that is actually having an impact in the signature. So in Agua, to predict food crop production and yield, this is what Agua is doing. We use as predictors the vegetation index, the rainfall, the land surface temperature, and other biogeophysical parameters such as, for example, evapotranspiration. And there are some other secondary use cases such as anomaly detection, seasonality shift, or crop growth stage that we can identify with these kind of signals. Now, this is the last slide on the data. We talked about how remote sensing allows us to access massive, specific and detailed data about what is going on croplands, for example. And but because it's massive, there is a need to extract and exploit it. And actually, traditional means might suffer a little bit if we need to process a lot of data. And that's where actually machine learning allows us to, to learn how the dynamics on the ground and relate to one another. So it's that's the old word of data mining, but now it's calling like AI or machine learning right now. Now, this is where actually machine learning comes in. Now we have the data, we can augment the data, we can have enumerators that help us to validate the data. Now, how do we actually, work with the data in a very efficient way with emerging technologies? And this is where we use machine learning here. So what do we mean by machine learning? This is a very simplistic way, but very common and known when it's like the common way of doing regression. So, but in machine learning, we have like a few differences, a few aspects that are not the same. So we divide the data set. Imagine you have a data set at the beginning of the season. We go to the satellite, we collect the vegetation index, the rainfall, the evapotranspiration, soil information, for example, the heat latent, for example, information and all of that. And now we say we would like to predict. So what we do, we divide that data set in two parts, training phase and prediction. So here I'm just, omitting a few aspects. Normally there is a training, there is a validation, and there's a test phase before we make predictions. So we have the input X. The input X here are those predictors that I mentioned. For example, vegetation index, rainfall, and temperature, land surface temperature, day and night. And the labels, the Y, are what we want to predict. And there is the production. So we have the historical predictors, the historical labels, production in those areas, and we feed them into the algorithm. The algorithm makes a first guess.
Hello, Racine.
Yes. Yes.
Can you run up in 2 minutes, please? Because we are pressed for time.
Yeah, just 2 minutes and I will be done. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Now, once we train the machine makes a first predictions, and then we try to reduce the difference between the predictions and the actual value that we know. Once the machine is trained, now we make a prediction here. You can scan the QR code if you want to have the publication there about the model. So I will just go into the concept. What we do here is that we have the raw data, the satellite data, and to move from the raw data to knowledge, there are these aspects that we need to do: spectral band processing, time series analysis, and so on. But here, Agua is helping not the end user not to focus on those aspects, but we are taking care of it. But from knowledge to dissemination also, we develop a platform called the Agua platform, so aagwa.org. And there we have the application and the interpretability in terms of maps and the sustainability as a maintenance. There's a team behind it. As the main and upcoming products, so what you can get from Agua is that you will have the community level crop production forecast. So a map like this one, for example. This is in Cameroon, and we put the crop, the maize production forecast. These are forecasts, not historical information. You will have also an estimate of potential agricultural lands, vegetation index maps and time series, temperature, the publications, the historical data for the 20 years period of computation. We are adding next week, hopefully, the greenhouse gases emissions measurement above croplands, in particular methane. We already have the map for Senegal, and also thematic fast mapping tool and the crop type mapping that is ongoing. We are working on it. I will stop here for now. This is the website, a snapshot of the website, but I invite you to just go on the website, aagwa.org. You can see it here at the bottom left in the email. And I will stop here. Thank you so much for your attention. And I would be happy to get your feedbacks, questions, recommendations. Thank you, Wally. Over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the decision is that we take one question for Dr. Razili. Does anybody have a question? Question, please.
Okay, that's it. Again, I would thank you for your time for taking us through the Agua work. The purpose of the presentation is that you use the platform
Wale, I'm having an echo. I cannot hear you properly.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, I said in the course of your presentation, you said we can use a platform to predict agricultural outputs in the continent. But as you are aware that agricultural productivity is declining in the continent, how can this platform help us to predict better or the agricultural productivity in the continent? That's the question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So what is interesting here is that our predictors are based on climate and soil information. And so if there is any disruption in those parameters, they will propagate into the model. Let me give you an example. For example, it's not like the reduction of productivity, but for example, if you have a sudden heavy rainfall event in your country, we will update those information in the model to update the forecast. But what we did also is that we took into account a drought in some parts of Africa, like Eastern Africa, where we see that there's a decline. We cannot say what you need to do to increase or reduce the productivity decrease in your country, but at least we can help you to identify them early and say like, okay, this is like the early signs of drought or reduction of productivity in your area, and hopefully for the decision makers to take the appropriate actions. Hope I answered your question. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
That's it. Are you done? We didn't get your last statement, please.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I was saying that AGWA is using biogeophysical parameters. That's it. Can you still hear me?
Okay. Yes, thank you very much, Roslyn. At this point, we just want to thank you for coming online to join us at this August occasion, actually happening in August. We thank you very much and have a great day. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So thank you for staying on the call. We are currently on a break session, a 5-minute tea break, and we are going to be starting shortly. Please, we hope you enjoy the videos that are going to be played while we recommence the session. Thank you.
"20 years ago, I started photographing our oldest trees. They can be 4,000 years old. Some are dying from disease, insects, lack of rain, warming temperatures. Never did I realize that within my lifetime I would be recording their deaths."
It's really astonishing in a forest the extent to which the trees produce a canopy that is fairly uniform, fairly dense. They parcel out the space up there among themselves as though they had decided ahead of time, you get this space and I get this space. They don't really think of it that way, but that's the way it works out.
Trees are miraculous in other ways too. As they reach out with their leaves and branches, they play a vital role in the health of the planet. Through photosynthesis, they help regulate Earth's temperature by pulling carbon dioxide, a powerful heat-trapping gas, from the atmosphere and emitting oxygen. Since carbon dioxide warms the atmosphere, by removing it and storing much of the carbon safely away in their branches, trunks, leaves, roots, and soils, forests help cool the Earth. In fact, every year, terrestrial ecosystems remove about 30% of fossil fuel emissions, and forests are responsible for most of that. But that percentage is decreasing as emissions increase, steadily raising Earth's temperature and threatening forests' ability to offset the warming.
We have warmed the Earth by a full degree and a little more, and forests are suffering increased hazards of fire as they get warm and dry, increased hazards of disease as they become vulnerable to insects, and dying as a result.
As trees die, they become part of a dangerous feedback loop kicked off by the warming. As the temperature rises, the climate becomes hotter and drier, and they fall prey to drought, fire, and insects. With fewer trees left, more heat-trapping gas remains in the atmosphere, raising the temperature higher, resulting in even more dieback. As trees burn and decay, the carbon they've locked away during their lifetime, what scientists call a carbon sink, is released back into the air.
It's entirely possible we reach a point where we're killing off forests much more rapidly than carbon can be fixed by forests. The net result then is to produce a feedback that's lethal.
Today, we have a choice. Allow trees to do their job and cool the planet, or jeopardize the forests we have. That's the path we're on right now. How we protect and manage forests will play a large role in determining our future. When it comes to global warming, three major forests matter the most: the tropical, the boreal, and the temperate. No forest is more critical for cooling the planet than the Amazon. Spanning more than 2 million square miles across 9 countries, this tropical forest has been storing carbon for millennia. Yet it is dangerously close to releasing more carbon than it absorbs. Mike Coe is the director of the Tropics program at the Woods Hole Research Center. For over 20 years, he's studied how deforestation in the Amazon rainforest affects the local climate and environment.
Tropical rainforests probably account for about 15 to 20% of all the terrestrial carbon sink, and the Amazon's half of that. So we're talking about a significant fraction of our annual emissions are being taken up by the Amazon forest.
But in the last 50 years, nearly 20% of this forest has been lost, mostly to slash and burn land clearing, triggering fires, insects, and tree dieback. This not only releases the carbon stored there, it jeopardizes an important cooling function of the Amazon rainforest. During transpiration, roots pull water out of the ground and release it as water vapor through tiny holes in the tree's leaves, creating a cooling effect on the surrounding air. In the Amazon, transpiration can cool the region by as much as 10 degrees Fahrenheit.
When we lose trees in the Amazon, when we cut them down, what we're doing is we're shutting off that transpiration. So what you get is a drier climate. And the more you deforest, the drier it gets.
Over the past 2 decades, the dry season has extended several weeks, stressing trees even more and creating an ideal environment for fires to spread.
During extreme droughts, a huge amount of the forest burns. That turns the forest that year from a net sink to a net source of carbon. And we can do the math. If that happens 5 times in a decade, This forest is now a source.
Today, tropical forests are absorbing 1/3 less carbon than they did in the 1990s. Scientists predict that with the loss of so many trees, the Amazon could flip to emitting more carbon than it stores as soon as the next decade.
You can imagine that the climate's changing a little bit and everything looks just fine. But then one day, it changes just enough that the whole system flips over. You know, it's the classic frog in the water that you heat up. The frog's not noticing anything until it's way too late.
The next major forest at risk of tipping from a carbon sink to a carbon source is the boreal, encircling the North Pole through Siberia and North America. The largest forested region in the world, this vast coniferous expanse, stores an estimated 2/3 of all forest carbon, most of it locked away in frozen plant and animal remains deep in the ground. But that's changing. As with tropical forests, the warmer, drier climate here is making the trees more vulnerable to disease, insects, and fire. Brendan Rogers has been studying how boreal forests respond to climate change for the past decade.
Wildfires are getting worse across the boreal zone. We're seeing more and more large fire seasons, record-breaking fire seasons every year.
Unlike in tropical forests, the fires here strip off the insulating ground cover, preventing it from building up in between the frequent burns. Without this protective layer, fires reach further and further down, burning the organic matter stored in the soil.
About 75 to 90% of all the carbon stored in these forests is underground. And that is actually the majority of the carbon that's getting released from these fires.
The fires kick off a feedback loop, triggered by warming in the boreal zone. More fires burn carbon deeper down in the soil, releasing carbon dioxide and methane into the atmosphere, heat-trapping gases that make the climate hotter and drier, leading to more wildfires. Like the Amazon, the boreal forest is going to switch from a carbon sink to a carbon source. Scientists don't know exactly when, but predict that at the current rate, it will happen by the end of this century, crossing a tipping point that the forest can no longer recover from.
We're seeing rapid change now, so rapid that the system is essentially not used to it. And the scary thing is not knowing where that tipping point is.
The temperate forest makes up only 1/4 of the world's forests, but it's our best hope, since the tropical and boreal forests are on the brink of becoming emitters of carbon. Once cleared for agriculture, many temperate forests in the US and Europe have made a comeback in recent decades. But in the southeastern US, old forests are being cut down by the wood pellet industry for burning, releasing decades of stored carbon back into the air. Even though these forests are being replanted, when it comes to offsetting global warming, old and young forests are not equal. Beverly Law has been measuring the exchange of both carbon dioxide and water between our forests and our atmosphere for the last 25 years. She works at 2 long-term testing sites that are part of a global network of more than 500.
An older forest has a lot of carbon stored compared to a younger forest. In a young forest ecosystem, there aren't that many trees there, and they're not taking up much carbon from the atmosphere.
Old-growth forests in the Pacific Northwest store huge amounts of carbon. Not only are they thriving in the wetter and cooler climate, these forests will be less vulnerable to climate change over the next 30 years compared to other forests in the western U.S.
If I were to try and mitigate climate change, the best strategy is when you have forests that have low vulnerability to climate change in the future, and they store a lot of carbon already, is keep those forests like they are, preserve them.
But unfortunately, these hardy carbon-rich trees have been prized by loggers for centuries. Redwoods that once towered over the Pacific coast are now mostly gone. When a tree is logged, 1/2 to 2/3 of the carbon it stores is released through decay or burning of the unused branches, leaves, and roots, as well as from the surrounding soil. Today, 17% of global carbon emissions each year can be attributed to logging and burning wood pellets for bioenergy.
In Oregon, of all the forest that was harvested over the past 100 years, 65% of that carbon has gone back to the atmosphere. Now, this is just the wrong time for that in terms of climate.
The warming atmosphere poses another kind of threat. Unable to survive the higher temperatures, many forest species are migrating north to cooler climates. But not all species can do this, and it takes time, which is in short supply. With the clock ticking, it comes down to how we manage temperate forests. Use them for commercial purposes, or keep them intact to cool the planet. While human activity has kicked off natural warming loops, human ingenuity could reverse their direction, turning them into cooling feedbacks instead. It would mean protecting and expanding forests, preserving marshes, grasslands, and all natural habitats. Using agricultural practices that store carbon instead of releasing it, and letting trees and plants do their job of taking carbon out of the air. This would lower Earth's temperature and kick in a self-perpetuating cooling feedback loop. George Woodwell was an early pioneer warning about fossil fuel use, setting off warming feedback loops 5 decades ago. He's convinced the solution lies with nature's own ability to cool the planet.
We can store carbon in life. If we want to be optimistic, we have to be very progressive in our transition away from fossil fuels and into a new green world. But it takes imagination, interest, and
We are facing an existential crisis.
Unlike anything the world has ever seen.
We need to take action.
Everyone has to stand up.
The warning is not a new one.
Our world faces a triple planetary crisis of climate change, nature loss, and pollution.
For generations, humanity, often without realizing it, has been destroying the natural world. In the name of progress, we have polluted the Earth's oceans, chopped down its forests, and clouded its skies. Today, nature, and our own survival rest on a knife's edge.
It's time to ratchet up the action that we need to have at the country level.
The United Nations Environment Programme was established with one goal in mind: to unite the world in saving our planet.
It is clear that the environmental crisis which is confronting the world will profoundly alter the future destiny of our planet.
For 5 decades, UNEP has used science and its mandate to bring the world together to help nations find solutions to grave environmental threats.
What is this pollution that we have heard so much about?
The Mediterranean is sick. It's being poisoned slowly but steadily for those who need it most.
The 1970s found a world grappling with an unprecedented crisis of pollution. Could the seemingly irreparable damage be undone? UNEP inspired the world to take action, preventing oil spills and toxic discharge by ships, uniting 143 coastal states to limit ocean pollution and save marine life, reducing air pollution and ending the scourge of acid rain. But soon, the world would face its biggest environmental challenge yet.
The destruction of the ozone layer on a global scale is no longer just a theory. The hole over the Antarctica is no longer an isolated seasonal phenomenon.
If the breach continued to grow, the planet would suffer lethal levels of ultraviolet radiation, harming human health, biodiversity, and climate. In 1987, UNEP facilitated the Montreal Protocol. Over 30 countries agreed to phase out the production of almost 100 ozone-depleting substances. The protocol remains one of the greatest achievements of multilateralism.
All nations gathered here to be proud of what we have achieved.
This success set the tone for a series of powerful accords, limiting the movement of toxic waste across borders, protecting the Earth from dangerous, long-lasting chemicals, and restricting the international trade in mercury. Most recently, in 2021, UNEP finished a 2-decade-long campaign to rid the world of highly toxic leaded petrol, saving an estimated 1 million lives each year. As the world grappled with pollution and waste, another crisis was
of seeing the great herds of wild animals, jungles and rainforests full of birds and butterflies. But now I wonder if they will even exist for my children to see.
Poaching and habitat loss were pushing some of the world's most iconic animals to the brink of extinction. Driven by science, UNEP supported a series of international treaties, limiting and in some cases banning the trade of endangered species, safeguarding migratory animals, expanding protected areas, and increasing financing for biodiversity protection. The seminal Earth Summit in Brazil introduced the idea of sustainable development.
This is an historical moment for the mobilization of all peoples of the world.
Over the last 5 decades, UNEP has helped more than 100 countries enshrine the right to a healthy environment in their constitutions and produced scientific studies to guide member states in their decision-making. In 2012, a new international body was established to provide scientific data on biodiversity in a joint effort from UNEP and other UN organizations. In 2019, it found that 1 million species face the threat of extinction, underscoring the urgency to act.
Every action we take alters the earth that future generations will inherit.
The world is starting to recognize the effects of planetary warming, but UNEP began sounding the alarm 3 decades ago. As early as 1988, UNEP and the World Meteorological Organization launched the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. For over 30 years, IPCC science has helped member states counter climate change, earning the body a Nobel Prize for its work. UNEP-backed studies have informed some of the planet's most crucial climate accords. These include a 1992 agreement that set a template for curbing greenhouse gas emissions, followed by the Kyoto Protocol and the landmark 2015 Paris Agreement.
I'm proud to announce that 175 parties have signed the Paris Agreement.
UNEP has also mobilized 450 banks, insurers and investors to help create a more sustainable world.
We don't want fossil fuels anymore.
A lot has happened in the last 50 years, but it's the next 10 that will be pivotal for life on this planet.
But in fact, what you and I and other ordinary people around the world can do will not by itself save the natural world. The great decisions, the great disasters that face us can only be dealt with by governments. And that's why this organization is so important.
Over the past 50 years, we've seen when the world decides to act, the world comes together to act. Together with member states and partners, we've achieved a lot. But now is the time to truly make that lift for humanity and to do much more and much faster. And I have every reason to be hopeful. As an organization grounded in science, UNEP will do everything in its power to push for breakthroughs. Our planet and humanity depends on us. Together, we can build a greener and safer and fairer world for all.
Welcome to Data Catch-Up YouTube channel. The current COVID-19. Welcome to Data Catch-Up YouTube channel. Make sure to subscribe to this channel for more empowering data science videos. Top 5 artificial intelligence trends for 2021. AI, artificial intelligence, either promises transformational positive changes for the social good or threatens its very existence to supplant humanity in the most significant way. Moving forward to a new year in a few months, Data Catch-Up presents the top 5 artificial intelligence AI trends to watch out for in 2021. Before the global pandemic struck in 2020 and the world was turned on its head, artificial intelligence, and specifically the branch of AI known as machine learning, were already causing widespread disruption in almost every industry. The current COVID-19 pandemic has impacted many aspects of how we do business. In fact, it's become apparent that self-teaching algorithms and smart machines will play a big part in the ongoing fight against this outbreak, as well as others we may face in the future. AI undoubtedly remains a key trend when it comes to picking the technologies that will change how we live, work, and play in the near future. So here's an overview of what we can expect during what will be a year of rebuilding our lives, as well as rethinking business strategies and priorities. 1. Smarter big data analytics and insights. During this ongoing pandemic, we've seen firsthand the urgent need to quickly analyze and interpret data on the spread of viruses around the world. Governments, global health organizations, academic research centers, and industry have come together to develop new ways that information can be collected, aggregated, and worked with. We've become used to seeing the results of these on the news every night, when the latest infection or death rates are given for our own regions. Technological advancement is the main reason this pandemic is yet to kill as many people as possible. For example, the 1918 Spanish flu outbreak that claimed up to 50 million lives. From advancement in medical technology and standards of care, to advances in communication technology that enabled outbreaks to be spotted more quickly and lockdowns imposed. Over the next year, AI will be added to the list of technological developments that are enabling us to more effectively deal with pandemics. The growth in the amount of scientific and medical literature alone is enormous, with more than 28,000 papers published by April this year relating to COVID-19. A dedicated search engine powered by natural language processing (NLP) algorithms have been made available, so anyone can get AI assistance when investigating this massive dataset. Work is also ongoing to develop AI solutions to help deal with the huge backlog of other medical issues such as cancer, where treatment have been affected as resources are diverted to fight COVID-19. Over the next year, we are likely to see the accelerated adoption of AI across many other areas of healthcare, not only related to tackling viruses. By developing our ability to apply machine learning problem solving to these massive real-time global datasets, we will spot outbreaks more easily, track contact between infected people, enable more accurate diagnosis, and by predicting ways that a virus might evolve in the future, develop more effective and lasting vaccinations. 2. The emergence of hybrid workforce. Post-COVID-19 pandemic is curtailed, organizations will jump to the RPA bandwagon, which means swiftly implementing cognitive AI and RPA to handle high-volume repetitive tasks. As more and more use cases emerge, the modern workplace will shift to a hybrid workplace or hybrid workforce environment. The human workforce will collaborate with automated bots. A beginning has been made already with Alexa, Siri, and other digital assistants. In 2021 and beyond, this trend will mean more collaborative interactions with AI, maybe even without knowing it. Are you missing out when it comes to updates on topics and trends in artificial intelligence? Make sure to subscribe to this channel for more data science videos. Also, the last point in this video will be shocking as you least expected. 3. Business on the rebound, predicting behavioral transformation. The way we live, work, and socialize has been hugely impacted by the spread of COVID-19. While there have been a steady, strong trend towards digital improvements in many aspects of society this year, we've witnessed a stampede. Amazon's sales during the second quarter of 2020 were up 40% on the same period last year, as even those who have so far shunned online retail were forced to reassess their options. AI tools and platforms are already in place to help businesses understand the way their customers are adapting to a new reality. Organizations that were previously lagging in their uptake of digital channels for commerce and relationship nurturing have come to understand the urgency of the situation and are quickly getting to grips with concepts such as behavioral analytics and personalization. Tools providing organizations with self-service access to this technology will become increasingly prevalent throughout 2021, as small and medium enterprises are seeking to establish their competitive edge. 4. Automated detection and prevention. We have already seen the use of drones in several jurisdictions, including the US, to show the possibility that they can be used to monitor whether social distancing guidelines are being adhered to. More advanced applications are on the horizon, such as drones with the capability of detecting COVID symptoms such as high temperature in individuals within a crowd. These systems use computer vision technology to analyze data captured by cameras on the drones and inform authorities or local administrators of statistics and probabilities around the spread of the virus. Another related growth area will be the use of facial recognition technology, also powered by computer vision algorithms. Somewhat more controversial as it focuses on the identification of individuals rather than patterns among groups of people. Facial recognition has been used by the police to detect lockdown and quarantine defaulters, as well as to track the movements of individuals displaying symptoms within a crowd. 5. Shutting down the next pandemic before it starts. Most AI algorithms are geared towards prediction, and the holy grail of AI-assisted epidemiology would be to build systems that can accurately predict when and where future outbreaks will take place. This research has been ongoing for some time, and in fact, some of the earliest alerts about the current outbreak were generated by AI. Toronto-based Blue-Dots tool was already scanning 100,000 governmental and media data sources daily when it issued an alert about a potential outbreak in Wuhan, China on December 31st, 2019. Bonus: personalized conversational AI. Natural language processing (NLP) will be personalized to understand human speech more cohesively by machines. Chatbots would understand human intent better and provide a more in-depth solution and analysis to the user questions. Generally, AI research is expected to display cutting-edge breakthroughs over the coming 18 months that will increase our ability to spot and react to the danger of viral outbreaks. For this to happen, it will require ongoing global cooperation between governments and private industry. If you find this video helpful, make sure to subscribe to this channel for more data science videos.
We can be.
We must be the first generation
to end extreme poverty.
The generation
Most determined
to fight injustice and inequalities.
The generation that saves the planet from climate change.
And this is how it will get done. The global goals.
A 15-year plan
For everyone, everywhere.
with no one left behind.
We will live in a world
Where nobody
anywhere lives in extreme poverty.
Where no one
goes hungry.
where no one
Wakes in the morning asking if there will be food today.
We will live in a world where no child has to die of
Diseases we know how to cure. And where proper health care
Is a lifelong right for us all.
We will live in a world where
everyone
goes to school.
And education gives us the knowledge
And skills
for fulfilling life. We will live in a world where all girls and all women have equal opportunities to thrive and be powerful and safe.
We cannot succeed if half the world is headed back.
We will live in a world
Where all people can get clean water
And proper toilets at home.
At school
And at work.
we will live in a world
where there is sustainable energy for everyone. Heat, light, and power for the whole planet.
without destroying the planet.
We'll live in a world where economies prosper
and new wealth.
lead to decent jobs,
for everyone.
and we will live in a world where our industry,
our infrastructure and our
Best innovations
Are not just used to make money, but to make all our lives better.
We will live in a world where prejudices and extremes of inequality
are defeated.
inside our countries.
And between different countries.
where people live in cities and communities
that are safe, progressive,
And support everyone who lives there.
where we replace
What we consume.
Planet where we put back what we take out of the earth.
We live in a world that is decisively rolling back the threat of
climate change.
where we restore and protect the life in our oceans and seas. Where we restore and protect
life on land,
the forests,
Animals.
the earth itself.
with peace between and inside countries.
Where all governments are open.
And answer to us for what they do at home and abroad.
And the justice rules.
with everyone equal before the law.
Where all countries and we their people
Work together.
partnerships of all kinds
To make these goals a reality. These are the United Nations global goals
for sustainable development.
Let's get to work.
chairman for this section is the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, the representative was here, and we have keynote address 1. The first keynote address is to be delivered by Professor Rashid Olani of the Department of History, University of Ibadan. Professor Rashid Olani is one of our facilitators here. You're welcome. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, deans, HODs, I acknowledge your presence. I also stand on the
Hello? Yes, sir.
Here is to discuss
Okay, Azar.
presented by
Okay, Olu. Olu. Okay, outside man. Outside man. We are sending. You can look at sending man. Please,
when
is this about payment of the conference? I'll state on listening.
how we can protect and promote young innovators and entrepreneurs. She also discussed a lot about business opportunities and possibilities in the emerging virtual economy. This afternoon, I would like to make my own contribution, most especially the area of technology and innovation in the context of this is because of the fact that there is a need to pay attention to domestication of science, technology, and innovation. There is also a need for ownership of science and technology. Because if we don't have that sense of ownership, definitely our science and technology will not be sustainable. Throughout history, it's not that Africans don't make contributions to industrial revolutions or to industrial progress and advances. We did. We have stories, written records about ancient empires, ancient civilizations, and what they achieved. Even though Afro-pessimists, Western scholars, don't really recognize some of these contributions by Africans.
Hello?
Development of technology and science.
Go, the phone on my letter.
We have also seen that most especially when that kind
the phone on my letter.
is not documented. So it's hard to estimate magic and all that. But what is happening now, especially in Africa, is what we call coloniality, resistance of colonial legacy, which not reckon with African development at all when it comes to science and development. So this legacy of colonization has left a profound impact on knowledge production. Knowledge production we have in Africa today, most especially in Nigeria, Southwest. West needs two things from Africa. One is the natural resources. Mineral resources, gold, crude oil, everything. And secondly, most important that is relevant to our discourse here, finished products. Finished products. Finished products I'm talking about are well-trained engineers, so software engineers, working in banks, working in companies and others. Those are the things that we do. And this has denied us for a very long time of scientific, technological, and innovation, especially how to sustain it. So that's why we continue to rely or depend on Western nations for our science and technology. We don't consume our own our products of science and technology. Rather, we rely on what is imported from the West and also from Asia. So now, African countries are now at the periphery of science and technology. It's not that we lack intelligent people or we lack experts. No, we don't. But because of the fact that our knowledge system is highly colonized, our mentality is also colonized. So we consume only what is imported, not what is locally produced. Because it is only when you consume what is locally produced that you are going to advance, you are going to have sustainability. So I will move quickly to this idea of knowledge organization of Africa. So African history is intertwined with colonial past that plundered its resources, undermined its cultural heritage, and imposed century knowledge systems. The legacy of colonialism has resulted in the knowledge hierarchy. So we have that knowledge hierarchy that only the Western institutions can have hypotheses, theories, and come out with new ideas, new thinking about human movements. So these are perpetuated over time. So this continues to stifle local innovation and perpetuated dependency on external technological solutions. So we continue to depend on what is imported. So colonial powers not only control resources, as I've mentioned, but also control the narratives, propagating the notion that the local knowledge was inferior and is still inferior. So administrative control of the continent went on till certain periods when nations began to gain independence, but knowledge colonization has unfortunately continued, most especially under this current globalization. Yes, some people may think that, oh, yes, why are we still talking about colonialism or its impact when most African countries gained independence in the 90s or over 60 years ago. But the point is that the structure and the superstructure of colonialism is still there. So the education system implemented by colonial powers perpetuated the belief that Western knowledge was superior. So the curricula were designed to emphasize European history, literature, and scientific achievements to the marginalization of Africa. So the tragedy in post-colonial Nigeria, for example, is that innovations and creativity, science, and technology often end up in the classrooms. And at worst, annual school exhibitions. Before the advent of social media or the internet, I cannot count the number of school exhibitions I've seen in newspapers where school boys and girls will be celebrated and given prizes and awards. And that's all. It ends there. It was not sustainable at all. So scientific breakthroughs are not linked are not linked to sustainable development at all. No motivations at all. No political will, despite the establishment of universities of technologies, techniques, and technical schools and all that. They are not sustainable. All of our dependency on imported science and technology. So, post-colonial governments inherited the pattern of this knowledge hierarchy and consumerism. So they often neglect investment in indigenous innovation in favor of imported technology. This disconnects between science and technology on one hand and industrialization on the other hand. This has fueled the process of what we call de-industrialization. Now, you cannot hear our political elite or people at the corridor of power maybe launching or campaigning or discussing about industrialization. No, it's a thing of the past now. Bus stops, railway stations. In fact, I was amazed when I joined the train to Lagos last week. I didn't realize that the train was operated by Chinese. The train driver was Chinese. So I imagine that's over 60 years after independence. So now we rely on foreign goods and expertise. Okay, now the second part of my presentation is towards decolonization of knowledge. How do we decolonize knowledge? First, we have to decolonize knowledge by restoring the value of indigenous knowledge systems. These are very, very important. In ancient time, we had our blacksmiths, pottery makers, weavers, etc. They had their own technology. So, and it's very important to revive all these technological innovations. The second point is the incorporation of indigenous knowledge into mainstream science, scientific discourse. It's very important that we incorporate all these indigenous knowledge systems into mainstream scientific discourse. Then we also need to reshape our educational paradigms such that innovations in schools, scientific breakthroughs will not remain mere exhibitions. Between last year and between 2022 and now, I cannot count the number of young Nigerians who invented what we call it, flying objects, drones, etc. Several of them. Before you know it now, you give them scholarships, they go abroad, and then disappear into the global system. Nothing for local economy. So we must also embrace knowledge pluralism. That is, we must acknowledge the coexistence of diverse knowledge systems. It is not only the West that can produce science and technology, it can also do much more better. After all, the good side of the Nigerian Civil War was the innovations made by Biafrans. Made a lot of innovations in science and technology in order to survive and also in order to perform. So we must also nurture local innovation ecosystems that portray the uniqueness of African values. So there are initiatives, especially in Kenya. It's called Makerere University. So this is a hybrid electric vehicle development in Uganda and exemplify the potential of grassroots innovation in addressing local sustainable transport. I'm sure that many university lecturers and polytechnic lecturers came up with some innovative ideas to solve transportation problems. But where are you? They are not encouraged, they are not empowered. So we need technological sovereignty, not only national sovereignty, as little scientists will say. So we need that technological autonomy and the sovereignty so that we make our economy sustainable. Then our efforts to decolonize science and technology should prioritize collaborative partnerships, most especially between local researchers, institutions, and international stakeholders. But at the end, mostly, he who pays the piper dictates the tone. In fact, they will take the piper and the tone away so that the manage will not sit again. So these are some of the problems that we face now. There is also a need for inclusive research frameworks that engage local communities in the problem identification and solution and the solution. So these are also very important for our science and technology. So we have witnessed a multitude of innovative efforts. Nigerians are very, very great. So, but even when they produce anything at all, they don't give them recognition. They don't give them recognition. It's only when you are a musician or you are a comedian or a jester, then you are recognized. But if you invent anything at all, no national award, no recognition. So we must continue to support this innovation. So Nigerian innovators, including school children, creating toy vehicles, can be empowered through recognition and encouragement. This is done in many countries. Most of the researches that we put on and all our toys at home are produced in ghettos and the small villages in Japan and China. So we also need to boost the self-esteem of these young innovators. Another important point is that we must continue to celebrate indigenous innovations through patronage. We must lead by examples. Leading by examples, we can look at what prime ministers of India and that of Japan are doing. They only ride their own cars produced in their various countries. Don't do that in Nigeria. How many governors are riding Innocent motors? Yes. You know, even though I think it's part of our law now that police, other security agencies use Innocent vehicles. But how many of our elites are patronizing Innocent vehicles? If Innocent motor is patronized, honestly, the whole of West Africa will follow suit because it happened in the past. Old-collar tires was established around the 1950s. And by early 1960s, Ghana and Kenya invited him to establish branches in Accra and also in Cairo. And so that's our home. So why not do some growth? So Nigeria will make progress and supply grants for industrialists to gain the public trust when government and public office holders invest heavily in made in Nigerian products. But that phrase, made in Nigeria, has vanished from the global economy. You know? So, sponsor vehicles here. Another important issue I want to call our attention to is partnership with diaspora and returnees. Even though this one also has its own challenge. We have the example of Tilani Ali, who was a former employee of American car company, that's in General Motors. In 2017, he was appointed by former President Muhammadu Buhari as the National Automobile Design and Development Council. Now, 2017 to 2023, where are the outputs? Where are the products? What do we gain from this returning Tilani Ali? What is the contribution? So these are questions that we continue to ask ourselves, especially when we engage diaspora in sustainable development. So in conclusion, the deeply rooted belief that science and technology are exclusively Western construct is a manifestation of the enduring influence of colonialism, education system, and media representation. So we must try as much as possible to dismantle this myth. It is imperative to recalibrate educational curricula, promote accurate portrayal of spiritual achievements, and empower Africans to engage in science and technology, as well as innovation with competence, self-esteem, and recognition that they deserve. Thank you very much. It's another round of applause for you. I'm an apostle of starting from home. Even in this form, our students are here, they are producing some things. Are we encouraging them? The caterer that's giving us food, that caterers among them, are we encouraging them? I pray we get there. Because it's easier to point accusing finger at the government. But we have to start right here. And we are starting. Let's give him another round of applause. While I invite Professor Stella Odebode. She is the immediate Dean, Faculty of Agriculture. She is a facilitator here. And she is one of us depend on the center. You're welcome. Good afternoon. On the existing protocol, I don't want to stand on it so that we break the protocol. So let me lead on it so that as the agenda is done, everybody will accept. I really want to thank the organizer of this program for giving me the opportunity to come and discuss. I was thinking after the discussion, the presentation, this will be followed immediately. I just want to share my own view, especially engaging science, technology, and innovation in the place of agriculture. So I want to talk about the place of agriculture in Nigeria, and I will just be as brief as possible. Engaging science and technology and innovation is very crucial for achieving the sustainable development. As the rider to what the last speaker said, we need to access some information for us to know how to sustain our development in Nigeria. And there are certain elements that we need to put into consideration, which we need to address some challenges and then create opportunities across sectors. Like our previous presenter told us about the issue of organization. I will just talk about briefly what you need to focus on in agriculture. I said it is crucial and dynamic. This engaging in agriculture and innovation is very crucial at this time,
especially in ensuring environmental protection, economic growth, and social equity, particularly in agriculture. We need to focus on how we can protect our environment, how we can grow economically, and then we need to look at social equity, even based on what our first speaker talked about. And this integrated approach now, because we now have to integrate into agriculture and make sure that it covers every area of development. So this integrated approach can lead to more efficient and resilient agricultural systems that will promote food security, as we know that now we have food security in Nigeria. It will reduce poverty or alleviate poverty, and then it will also contribute to overall well-being of society. You will agree with me, but right now we are saying that during COVID time, we are trying to preach the gospel of backyard farming. That you don't need to go out of your house for you to make your home food secure. You can have at the back of your house a small garden where you plant vegetables, you plant both leafy and fruit vegetable, you plant yam and all of that. You can easily go to the back of the house, take the pepper and all of that, plant. Now take care of the poultry. Now you see some subsistent fowls moving up and down. You take the egg, break the egg. Even in the village, we try to do that so that we will promote food security, we will alleviate poverty, even if you are not going to reduce it completely or try to eradicate it completely, and then contribute to the well-being of everyone in the society. So there's a need for an integrated approach to all of this across the continent. Our speaker talked about precision agriculture, and this includes advanced technologies like GPS, remote sensing, data analytics that will enable our farmers to optimize the use of resources like water, fertilizer, and pesticides. In the Department of Agriculture, we have drone, that you can take the GPS of where you are. Maybe you want to plow or you want to harrow. You can take the GPS, the drone will fly and then try to take it up, and then we can teach the farmers to come down to their level and try to make them use the precision agriculture. How do they apply fertilizer? Using the local method, not necessarily using very, very technological methods. Like our farmers can use indigenous methods. We interact with them, relate with them. We are talking about relating with social reality. And this will reduce waste, minimize environmental impact, and it will increase productivity. So integrated approach to be assessed for us to be able to engage and then for sustainable development. And we can also look at climate resilient farming. This climate resilient farming can help develop climate smart agri practices that are adapted to changing weather patterns. What will this include? Drought tolerant crops, going to mix with the farmers in the village or in the rural areas to show them and give varieties that will make them, they can plant drought tolerant crops, flood resistant varieties, and sustainable irrigation methods. There was a time I was in the midst of some medical personnel. We went to a village in a water area, and then we tried to take some samples. Before then, we actually went to give some capacity building workshops to the farmers in that particular village. So along the line, the people in the village started talking about not seeing at night. They could not see at night, and they were thinking that was some witches and wizards in that village. They are causing havoc in that particular village. But myself as an agriculturist and as an extension expert, I said, how is it possible that more than 95% of villagers will not see at night? So I was trying to suggest that probably there might be a problem with vitamin A deficiency in their bloodstream. And so the medical personnel said, okay, let's take blood samples. So they went into took blood samples, and it discovered that the majority of them, They were deficient in vitamin A, which could actually cause night blindness. So they were not thinking of why do we raise funds to give capsules to these people, But myself as an agric extension, I just think, is it possible for us to buy vitamin A capsules to give to them like that throughout the year? It will not be cost effective, So what I did was to introduce them to the use of orange flesh sweet potato. Orange flesh sweet potato. It can be grown 3 times in a year. Every part of it is useful. It is drought tolerant. It is very hardy. You can use it to make flour, make puff, make all of this. They can use it to even make amala, include the wheat and all of that. And we went back there to give training to these farmers in these rural areas. You cannot believe it, before the close of that year, this group went back again. And then we took a sample. It was amazing. We found out that the majority of them cannot see. And then we now told them, so what happens now to witches and wizards? So what I'm trying to say that is for us to come down to the level, of the rural people, especially the farmers, let them know the advantages, the technologies, and then what can we do, even as an agricultural expert, to know, to be able to make what they are growing very sustainable. So we can use flood-resistant varieties, sustainable irrigation methods. Recently, the government is now giving, I think they're trying to do this master program, teaching farmers and then going to different villages to set up an irrigation system, powered by solar. And then you can teach farmers. At the end of the day, you think one in a particular village, you can irrigate them. By the time they come together, they go back and then they can practice what they have seen on the field. And what are they seeing on the field? It's not as if they're using very expensive equipment. You just use all these hose that we use to take water from, and then they line it in there along the bridges and the ridges on the field. There. Even if you don't have the bore or whatever, you can put it close to the river or stream, close to that place, and then during the dry season, they can still do with life. Then another one, you can also involve use AG-Tech solution, that is application of technologies like drones, like I said, sensors, I think mentioned by the other speaker, and robotics too, which will help to monitor. Crop management. It will also help in the livestock care, coming down to the level of the farmers, and this will lead to increased efficiency of farmers, reduce labor demands, and then improve decision making. And by the time you do that, definitely there will be increase in productivity, and so it will be sustainable. See, they will not need to use too much money to be able to access all of this on the field. Then biotechnology is another means that we can sustain this agricultural development. That is genetic engineering and biotechnology. You can create crops with enhanced yields too, and with high nutritional content. And then there are some seeds now that when you give farmers, it will resist pest and disease. That's the work of the scientists, and then we take it down to the field for us to have increase the productivity of farmers. And this can contribute to global food security, and it will reduce the reliance on chemical input. Now we are talking about organic agriculture. This organic agriculture, when you say we use compost, compost used to be one of those things we use in primary schools in those days. When you pass ashes, pack them together and all of that. Or maybe when you have animals that just poo around the place, you gather the poo, put it around the place. If you teach the farmers, definitely we will be able to reduce these chemical agents that we have in fertilizer. So we can make it organic and then teach farmers to enhance food security and food safety. Then digital platform too. Of course, unfortunately, this morning we had the disadvantage of digital platform. When we use this, sometimes it is, if every one of us had a name, it will be easy to access it, to look at it on your phone, and then we use it to farmers on the fields too, even with their telephone that is very cheap, and then you can access information. So through digital platform too, you can also sustain it. And then mobile app provide farmers with access to market information. In Bodija market or in the Armenian market today, the price of garri is now, so I don't know where you listen to it. You're still love that. Yeah, so we can also do that and maintain sustainable development. Today, weather forecast. So sometimes this weather forecast fails, you know, and then you think, oh, they are going to be having rain most part of the day. But even with irrigation, whether there is rain or not, even if not, we can plant and sustain whatever we put on the field. And then financial services and some best practices too, we can access online to learn how to do it. How did they do it in Canada? How did they do it in Tanzania? You know, when I was talking to you about sweet potato, we tried to bring the vines from Tanzania, from Ghana, from Canada, from different parts of the world, and bring them back to Nigeria. And we try to compare to what we have in Nigeria, and we try to, you know, send these ideas to farmers. And it was very useful. We can use potato vegetable to make vegetable and add onion, you know, egusi and all of this, and it's very, very delicious. And then if you use it in making puff-puff and all of that, it will, by the time you cut it and put in water, the sugar in it will reduce, and then you will find out that it will not be as sweet as you think. And it has a lot of vitamin A and the carotene there inside the sweet potato, the orange type. You know, so these are areas where we can also sustain what we have in agriculture. Then innovative financing too. This can be done to product people to financial technology that can offer farmers innovative ways to access credit. You know, sometimes as an extension agent, you go to villages, we try to. I know we did something around very close to Oyo, where they sell a lot of cassava, garri from Oyo, and a lot of farmers then they used to buy from Oyo, but you know, now we identify some villages around that place and try to form them into groups. And then we now fabricated cassava processing machine, and then we now taught them, you know, maybe we have 4 villages. We come there, then we have the fabricator there, and go there and pay less to graze cassava. You know, and after 3 months, we formed them into cooperative. And we elected the president, the treasurer, and all of that. And they were selling. After 3 months, you cannot believe that they were able to get enough funds for them to fabricate another set of cassava processing machine, and then we lump them in another group together. So we can actually do that. And they did not need the government to help them do anything. They were financing themselves. They were collecting the money, though they put it in a safe hand. Now, to access credit, insurance, investment, all of this will increase their residence to shops, early during flood, and then it will also enable them to invest in some sustainable practices. There is no time, I would have loved to show some pictures. Then agroecology is another one, combining traditional knowledge, like Professor Lani is there, with modern innovation. Agroecological approaches help to promote biodiversity. Then soil health, sustainable farming practices, all that will reduce reliance on synthetic things that are dangerous to human health. Sometimes you go to the village and you see some of these farmers putting out water in very hot plastics, which is very injurious to their health. Capacity building is another. How many minutes do I have? Capacity building. We can do this too by training programs and educational initiatives that can empower farmers. Like we are all here now, at least from what I've said, when you get back, if you did not hear the fact that you have the backyard garden. Is it so? Is it true? Is it possible? When you get back, at least you can have that and try it and see. Everybody has said, let me see whether it will work. It will work. And you become vegetable producers in your environment and get a lot of money. Circular economy is another one. So enhancing science and technology at all levels will nurture a skilled workforce. You agree with me? And it will promote research. And that's why I'm thinking that establishing research centers and collaboration between academia, like we're here, share ideas, interact together from all of these discussions with people from the industry, the government, and we have innovative solutions that is tailored towards our needs in Nigeria. So when we apply all of this, we have to reduce productivity, improve food security, and it will reduce environmental impact. I want to stop there because of time. I was going to say that there are other areas that I want us to look at, other sources. When we invest in renewable energy sources like solar and all of that, I know many of us have solar light and solar whatever. It will also help to improve our sustainability. Utilizing technology for telemedicine too, it will help. Implementing smart urban planning will also help to push infrastructure, and then entrepreneurship, fostering a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship. If I ask you now, many of us as students, no, you are a teacher, you are a lecturer, you work in office, you have other little things that you do to make it. Is it so? Is it so? Yes. Answer now, yes or no? Yes. Nobody will. So this can lead to a creation of startup projects to help us and to maintain sustainable development. So I'd like to stop there because thank you very much.
From the beginning, let's start for her. As great to be defeat, she understands the language of the language of the people, the language of the community. Thank you, ma. Well done. It's time for questions. We have questions. If you have questions for her, and personally, just if you have questions for him too, you can take the questions down, pass it across. It's a privilege to have everybody on ground. So if you need any clarification about the discussion, kindly come up with them. Because I have one.
Many of us, when we have official engagement, tend to be expensive. Even right inside this room, I think channels of featured someone also specifically chairs, such as this from back. By the time it was done, from back. You can use switch. It's going to help us. Let us not talk. It's right there all over the literature. But when we have opportunity to make decisions for stuff like this, for chairs, or even our flags, let's go for indigenous things. I also observe that talking about our indigenous knowledge, it's a pity the Solaki has left. Trying to be able to speak to this. Many of our indigenous knowledge, they are still in tacit space. They are there, in the heads of the people doing this. Some of them are not well implemented. How do we move it further? How do we use science and technology to develop such for our national there's something that is called National Innovation System. It's a network of activities between people in knowledge institutions, research institutes, universities, people in the industry, government, finance sector, when everybody comes together, reason together, and provide solutions to our common issues. I think this is going to be. He mentioned that in the past. I think that is very, very good. We have done some studies in my organization and found that, unlike what is obtainable in many developed countries, our national innovation system is very, very good. Everybody is working separately. I went to an organization in Abuja 3 or 4 years ago with a study. We were on a study at that time. And the people I went to meet, they were doing the same thing that we were doing in the stage. But because we don't collaborate, everybody is doing to here and there. It makes it look as if we are not doing much and that we don't have what we need. I strongly agree that we have all that we need and we must start working for if our nation is
my questions are two essential, and they are directed at Professor Lebode too. I want to take one of the questions. And essentially, the first one is that the area of indigenous knowledge, for me, how do we get ourselves as Africans, as Nigerians, to accept indigenous knowledge itself? Because even amongst those of us who are maybe middle age, those that are even coming up, most of us see it as myths and magic, just like Olani said. So how do we get ourselves to accept it? Because until we accept it, there is no way we can make the best out of it, and there is no way we can get the world to accept and recognize it. Also, in the same vein, now we have the aspect of our government and even our organizations and all of that not coming to terms with what we have as innovation within our system. How do we get, like you mentioned, sir, the issue of innocent and some of these other companies? How do we, in the provision of Nigerian Procurement Act, it is said that you must patronize Nigerian product if it is available, rather than go out and import. But that's not the case in most cases. How do we get government and other people in other sectors to comply with this so we can have a promotion of our innovation?
Let's be very. I want to thank all the presenters. The first one is colonizing. All that we need to move from where we are, they are on ground. In science, everything is ready. We are one that we need to support. If we are ready, if we don't change our taste, very difficult. Then that of agriculture. You need to visit where you see a lot of things they ask for. That's people you see. It's all kind of thing. So it's not a theoretical thing. What I'm saying is, farming is not easy. I tried to plant maize 3 times. I collected from Fula. Maize, 3 times maize. I tried. You are right back there. The Ogete, all this expired. They finished everything. First time, second time, third time. I resorted to vegetables. When I planted vegetable, I was happy with their estimate from just came. And they just deploy everything. They left oil, they didn't touch that one. Yeah, I was so happy. They didn't find anything to eat again. They are going there. They know. By next week, they finish oil, everything. So farming is not easy. You need to teach us. They say as you said, we have to cook it, then the liquid are sprayed on them, and then they will go. I don't know whether that will be correct or not. It works. Works. You use it for one. When you have a soak it inside the sample, spread it on those. That is our local technology now. That is going to my question is, we have everything around ICT. For the issue of power, they should have started this. For now, power ICT, but it's in that area. So what is the exact solution? Because you said it, if we got everything around ICT, and people charge some of those. How do we manage this scenario? And we are promoting the generous knowledge. And we are increasing ICT where there is no power. How do we manage it?
Thank you very much. I think the question has been answered. The first one, how we can see there are issues right in the UI. There are some seats that are not resistant. Then, they will not advise that you should treat the soil before you plant. Like you want to plant maize, you treat it before we plant, and then after 3 months, we do the weeding. And then, find out that most of that are not really working. Everything is not working. Right there. So I think we can see statements here and also after we do this, after. But I know that there's something you can plant. I also experienced trying to use that. But some of those people you go up the and eat up the popcorn and every other very yeah. And then we talk about collaboration. To showcase this, I've told you I have been to many countries and try to bring what we saw to this place so that we can learn. We can keep our awareness, capacity building that we are talking about. So this will talk about the and all of that. We can learn from that. And then showcase this. Either on the television, radio, talk about it, go to the villages to talk to people, bring that and say, there was a time when I became the first one. I thought the UI student and I have to go on vegetables. Because they were doing the dry season. And then we planted 10 different vegetables. They were wanting to go into the street to take a selfie. We were going to use something to pump, spray. And we started using it. In 2 weeks, we made 600,000. In 2 weeks. But by the end of the month, we are making so much money. So I think we should not only leave it to what you do inside our own individual decision. At least like this, we can talk about share ideas, partner with other people from other states and other countries. And then the issue of sweet potato, we brought those one from Tanzania, where they take potato, yellow one. And we brought it here. In fact, we had to find what we have in Nigeria and then compare with what we brought from there. And then we try to plant and then we try to educate the farmers so that they could also use. And when we try to promote the potato in place of cassava, cassava too has its side effect. So that we will not be depending only on dairy and all of this. We are making it a second crop that you can be taking, And we have to, so what I'm trying to say, we need to create awareness, we need to organize training programs, capacity building workshops, to be able to enlighten people then we partner with other countries. You know, when they come here, then the issue of solar. You know, very recently now, one company gave the faculty power the solar. In fact, I was so impressed. They installed that on there, and then the power it, and then people they now treat it there. So when you are taking the water, it's treated already. You can drink it. Unlike the one just say you don't power, you know, so I think solar system will also help in whichever, because I know that in most countries that I like Nigeria, they use solar and it's really working, you know, for them. You can power all of these things. I was in the place in Erasmus. They call the place Sun City. That's Sun City when you are moving like this, solar is everywhere. On the wall, solar everywhere. In fact, elderly people they stay there because when it is cold, they survive. You know, but you know if it's in Nigeria, maybe they will have people have been stolen. I was surprised. They even sold the power cars. You know, they use solar to power everything. So I think maybe we start actually start from home. We start doing it and everybody's doing it and everybody's doing it. Don't say, that's their own. Let's just keep talking about it. Keep saying something. You know, at the back of my house, in the US, we planted which is like some farmers. And that's something that we did a short time that we harvested. I said that packaging to even give to farmers that we need that are very old. And all of this is just see your behind is just there, you know, and nothing is going on there. Like I said today, let's go back home and have the only days we call it domestic, what do you call it? Home economics or domestic science. There, just have farming as your so you are a teacher, you are everything. See, do something to help to secure food in the house. I think that to answer all the questions.
Thank you, man. So, just to cap it up, I think we are all stakeholders, and the essence of this summit is to bring the stakeholders in the Nigeria project together. We have directors here. Our friend that just asked the question is a politician, so we are in the right place, and you can be sure that most of these things are going to be done. And the policies, we have to formulate them very well. Then we have to start by our policies. That's my position. Then we have to start from home. Start from here. What somebody can do, let that person do it. I was expecting ports, local ports, to be on this table. That's the starting point. The Kampala cottage, things like that, and we have started. And I think that would be a big goal for us. Thank you. Let me invite the chairman.
Thank you very much, Dr. today. What is the bio time now? Are you taking the time, please? Pardon? I need you to take your time now. 2:22. Okay, exactly 40 minutes from now, you are expected back in this place. Actually, we'll have 3 sessions. We'll go for lunch now. Don't come back, we'll have a session here. Then there will be another session. So when you check the doors, you will see the job table. So for those who are presenting technical papers, you go to the section and you will be asked to submit your PowerPoint presentation and have it. So we'll present after lunch, and when you finish, you go from there tomorrow. Is that okay now? So we are leaving safe hands of the food and go for your technical session, and you will, if you like, 6 p.m. we'll be here with you. Well, I will advise you to finish by 5, and that's our time. You finish by 5, you go relax and come tomorrow. Is that okay? Do you have any questions, please? The section on livestock will take place here. Technical session 1 will be the door across. Then there will be 2 other sessions, technical session 2 and technical session 3. Is that okay? The session on livestock is Mr. Tubi here. And Dr. Aderomu, are they here? And I have a wave of me. They are not. I said, are they here? They need to come to our class. Okay? They are not here. So when you see them, tell them are announced in absentia that the session will take place here. And section 1 will be at Adewale Hall. This is called Pamelo Hall. And we have Adifakaje downstairs and Bangoye Hall downstairs. Is that fine? Bon appetit. Enjoy your meal. When you go out there, you need to confirm to register as a meal ticket. If you don't have a meal ticket, you may not be able to have the lunch. But if you don't have, please just request to grant you one. Then we have some publications here in sense that if you like to buy them, we have the journal, we have the proceedings of past ISDS like this. We also have souvenirs for you. Make sure you go home with at least the souvenirs from here. It's our good way to you. Would you like to say thank you to us? Okay, put your hands together as we go for God. Stop. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, those who are online will not be able to join us for this, unfortunately. But we appreciate you for keeping faith with us. We'll be back in an hour, so you can leave the room now and rejoin us at 3:30 local time. 3:30 in Nigeria, will be back in our different sessions. Thank you. Now
Okay, thank you, dear participants, for joining us through the day. And right about now, we're about to go on a lunch break, which is going to span for 40 minutes. So we hope to convert by 3:10, and once we convert, we are going to have the technical sessions. Apologies that you didn't hear that when the channel was announced. And I would like to also say that again. We are currently on lunch break, and which we are going to convert 3:10, exactly 3 p.m. to 3:10. Whereby we do start the technical sessions. Thank you for staying tuned. However, if you want to stay on the call, you can stay on the call. And if you want to rejoin later, you can also rejoin later at the end of the session. Thank you, and we look forward to have you back at 3 p.m.
Earth is warming, caused by the burning of fossil fuels like oil, coal, and natural gas, filling the atmosphere with heat-trapping gases like carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, at levels humans have never seen before. As the world debates how much more warming the planet can take, 1.5 degrees Celsius, 2 degrees Celsius, the climate crisis escalates.
The problems are that the world is becoming too hot for the present distribution of people, agriculture, human welfare, and human interests. And it's getting worse.
But it's more than our emissions heating the globe. Something else is at work here. The rising temperatures are setting in motion Earth's own natural warming mechanisms that then feed upon themselves. George Woodwell, a distinguished scientist and a lion of the environmental movement, has been sounding the alarm about them for the past 50 years. In a 1989 Scientific American article, he wrote that warming caused by human activity, rapid now, may become even more rapid as a result of the warming itself. 30 years later, climate activist Greta Thunberg repeated his warning, calling them irreversible chain reactions.
The popular idea of cutting our emissions in half in 10 years only gives us a 50% chance of staying below 1.5 degrees and the risk of setting off irreversible chain reactions beyond human control. 50% may be acceptable to you, but those numbers do not include tipping points, most feedback loops, additional warming hidden by toxic air pollution, or the aspects of equity and climate justice.
So what exactly are irreversible chain reactions? What scientists refer to as feedback loops.
A feedback that everybody is familiar with is an audio feedback, where if you put a microphone too close to a speaker, you get this terrible high-pitched screaming. And that happens because the sound comes out of the speaker and it goes back into the microphone. That's called a positive feedback because it amplifies the loop.
Instead of the guitar, emissions from fossil fuels are the input which add heat-trapping gases to the atmosphere, raising Earth's temperature and setting in motion self-perpetuating warming loops. Warming as a result of the warming itself. That ever-growing screeching noise is an apt analogy for the damage that human-caused feedback loops are wreaking on the planet. Scientists have identified dozens of feedback loops already in motion. It's imperative that we understand them if we're going to solve the climate crisis. As the climate warms, carbon, release it back into the atmosphere as carbon dioxide, or CO2. Frozen ground in the northern hemisphere thaws and emits CO2 and methane. These are the kinds of feedback loops that lead to further warming, triggering the release of even more heat-trapping gases and raising the temperature even higher. In this series, we will highlight 4 of the major feedback loops impacting climate: the melting of sea ice in the Arctic Ocean, increased drought and fires in the world's forests, the decay of organic matter from permafrost, and disruptions to the jet stream and our global weather. Each amplifies warming, and combined, they are spinning out of control. If we take action now, we could slow, halt, or even reverse them before it's too late. If we don't, the planet will reach a tipping point where we will lose the world as we know it. And what does that tipping point look like?
A simple example of that would be if you push a ball up a hill, at some point you're going to get to the top of the hill and it's going to roll down the other side. There are some things like that in the climate system where it's really hard to get it back once it's rolled down to that other side and now it's sitting in a new valley.
With more than 7.5 billion people on Earth, a change this great would spell catastrophe. Humans are well suited to the world we've known. The sun's radiation passes through atmospheric gases, primarily oxygen and nitrogen, to the Earth's surface. Some radiation is absorbed by the planet and the rest would bounce back to space if it weren't for a tiny percentage of gases like carbon dioxide, methane, water vapor, and others that trap heat and warm the atmosphere. These heat-trapping greenhouse gases make up less than 1% of the total atmosphere, but they are essential in regulating the temperature. Without them, we would freeze, but too much of them would overheat the planet. Both are possible and have happened in Earth's geologic past.
So the kinds of things that keep climate scientists awake at night stem from their familiarity with the geological record that shows that the climate is capable of very abrupt changes. There are feedbacks operating in the climate system that may temporarily go out of control, if you will, and drive the climate to a different state. We cannot rule out that we may be in for such an abrupt change. So we don't fully understand them, but we worry about that a lot.
These radical changes include extreme temperature swings. During periods known as Snowball Earth, it got so cold the planet was covered completely in snow and ice. These alternated with hothouse climates, when virtually all the ice melted. Dinosaurs lived at the poles, where forests and swamps flourished. These abrupt shifts were caused by complex global processes. This is the first time that humans have been responsible for an abrupt change. Today, Earth would naturally be in a cooling trend, but because of human activity, it's not.
We know from paleoproxy records that the Earth has been cooling for about 7,000 years. We recovered from the peak of the last ice age about which was about 22,000 years ago, went up, and it's been slowly cooling until about the time of the Industrial Revolution.
At that time, humans began emitting vast amounts of carbon dioxide. Since then, the atmospheric content of CO2 has gone from 280 parts per million to over 400 today, and could approach 800 by the end of the century. Of all the carbon dioxide humans emit each year, oceans absorb about 1/4. Plants take up another quarter, and the other half stays in the atmosphere, accumulating over time and raising Earth's temperature. But the percentage nature removes is shrinking every year as forests are destroyed and oceans warm. Scientists estimate that doubling CO2 from pre-industrial levels could produce an increase in temperature of up to 8 degrees Fahrenheit, resulting in the deaths of millions of people and the loss of countless species. It's this human-caused warming that's kicking off Earth's natural feedback loops and heating up the planet further. National Medal of Science recipient Warren Washington, a groundbreaking climate pioneer, began creating computer models in the 1960s to predict the future of atmospheric warming and the role feedback loops play.
The question always was, how do we see the feedback mechanisms working realistically? We really don't know if we got the right amount of feedback in our models, because they're so complicated in many cases. We had to do a lot of experimenting.
That experimenting, coupled with observations, paid off. Because of that groundwork, today's models have more accurately predicted what we're seeing today and what our future holds. This kind of research is crucial to understanding the policies we need to implement to avoid disaster going forward.
Climate policy really should be designed to avoid crossing the important thresholds, avoid crossing the important tipping points, and avoid setting off these important feedbacks. Because we need to essentially ask the question, how much warming
where we are now is like driving in a car in a dense fog, and there's a cliff out there somewhere, but you don't know where. Do you want to be going 60 miles an hour, or you should be going about 10 miles an hour?
Today we have a choice. If we take our foot off the accelerator, stop deforestation, and regreen the Earth, we can reverse the feedback loops and begin to cool the planet.
And the solution is to make that transition away from fossil fuels and into a new green Earth. And it really does require a green Earth.
I'm encouraged by the fact that other countries have decarbonized their electricity sector.
20 years ago, I started photographing our oldest trees. They can be 4,000 years old. Some are dying from disease, insects, lack of rain, warming temperatures. Never did I realize that within my lifetime I would be recording their deaths.
It's really astonishing in a forest the extent to which the trees produce a canopy that is fairly uniform, fairly dense. They parcel out the space up there among themselves as though they had decided ahead of time, you get this space and I get this space. They don't really think of it that way, but that's the way it works out.
Trees are miraculous in other ways too. As they reach out with their leaves and branches, they play a vital role in the health of the planet. Through photosynthesis, they help regulate Earth's temperature by pulling carbon dioxide, a powerful heat-trapping gas, from the atmosphere and emitting oxygen. Since carbon dioxide warms the atmosphere, by removing it and storing much of the carbon safely away in their branches, trunks, leaves, roots, and soils, forests help cool the Earth. In fact, every year, terrestrial ecosystems remove about 30% of fossil fuel emissions, and forests are responsible for most of that. But that percentage is decreasing as emissions increase, steadily raising Earth's temperature and threatening forests' ability to offset the warming.
We have warmed the Earth by a full degree and a little more, and forests are suffering increased hazards of fire as they get warm and dry, increased hazards of disease as they become vulnerable to insects, and dying as a result.
As trees die, they become part of a dangerous feedback loop kicked off by the warming. As the temperature rises, the climate becomes hotter and drier, and they fall prey to drought, fire, and insects. With fewer trees left, more heat-trapping gas remains in the atmosphere, raising the temperature higher, resulting in even more dieback. As trees burn and decay, the carbon they've locked away during their lifetime, what scientists call a carbon sink, is released back into the air.
It's entirely possible we reach a point where we're killing off forests much more rapidly than carbon can be fixed by forests. The net result then is to produce a feedback that's lethal.
Today, we have a choice. Allow trees to do their job and cool the planet, or jeopardize the forests we have. That's the path we're on right now. How we protect and manage forests will play a large role in determining our future. When it comes to global warming, 3 major forests matter the most: the tropical, the boreal, and the temperate. No forest is more critical for cooling the planet than the Amazon. Spanning more than 2 million square miles, has been storing carbon for millennia. Yet it is dangerously close to releasing more carbon than it absorbs. Mike Coe is the director of the Tropics Program at the Woods Hole Research Center. For over 20 years, he's studied how deforestation in the Amazon rainforest affects the local climate and environment.
Tropical rainforests probably account for about 15 to 20% of all the terrestrial carbon sink, and the Amazon's half of that. So we're talking about a significant fraction of our annual emissions are being taken up by the Amazon forest.
transpiration as water vapor, creating a cooling effect on the ground.
Welcome to Data Catch-Up YouTube channel. Make sure to subscribe to this channel for more empowering data science videos. Top 5 artificial intelligence trends for 2021. AI, artificial intelligence, either promises transformational positive changes for the social good or threatens its very existence to supplant humanity in the most significant way. Moving forward to a new year in a few months, Data Catch-Up presents the top 5 artificial intelligence AI trends to watch out for in 2021. Before the global pandemic struck in 2020 and the world was turned on its head, artificial intelligence, and specifically the branch of AI known as machine learning, were already causing widespread disruption in almost every industry. The current COVID-19 pandemic has impacted many aspects of how we do business. In fact, it's become apparent that self-teaching algorithms and smart machines will play a big part in the ongoing fight against this outbreak, as well as others we may face in the future. AI undoubtedly remains a key trend when it comes to picking the technologies that will change how we live, work, and play in the near future. So here's an overview of what we can expect during what will be a year of rebuilding our lives, as well as rethinking business strategies and priorities. 1. Smarter big data analytics and insights. During this ongoing pandemic, we've seen firsthand the urgent need to quickly analyze and interpret data on the spread of viruses around the world. Governments, global health organizations, academic research centers, and industry have come together to develop new ways that information can be collected, aggregated, and worked with. We've become used to seeing the results of these on the news every night, when the latest infection or death rates are given for our own regions. Technological advancement is the main reason this pandemic is yet to kill as many people as possible. For example, the 1918 Spanish flu outbreak that claimed up to 50 million lives. From advancement in medical technology and standards of care, to advances in communication technology that enabled outbreaks to be spotted more quickly and lockdowns imposed. Over the next year, AI will be added to the list of technological developments that are enabling us to more effectively deal with pandemics. The growth in the amount of scientific and medical literature alone is enormous, with more than 28,000 papers published by April this year relating to COVID-19. A dedicated search engine powered by natural language processing NLP algorithms have been made available, so anyone can get AI assistance when investigating this massive data set. Work is also ongoing to develop AI solutions to help deal with the huge backlog of other medical issues such as cancer, where treatment have been affected as resources are diverted to fight COVID-19. Over the next year, we are likely to see the accelerated adoption of AI across many other areas of healthcare, not only related to tackling viruses. By developing our ability to apply machine learning problem solving to these massive real-time global data sets, we will spot outbreaks more easily, track contact between infected people, enable more accurate diagnosis, and by predicting ways that a virus might evolve in the future, develop more effective and lasting vaccinations. 2. The emergence of hybrid workforce. Post-COVID-19 pandemic is curtailed, organizations will jump to the RPA bandwagon, which means swiftly implementing cognitive AI and RPA to handle high-volume repetitive tasks. As more and more use cases emerge, the modern workplace will shift to a hybrid workplace or hybrid workforce environment. The human workforce will collaborate with automated bots. A beginning has been made already with Alexa, Siri, and other digital assistants. In 2021 and beyond, this trend will mean more collaborative interactions with AI, maybe even without knowing it. Are you missing out when it comes to updates on topics and trends in artificial intelligence? Make sure to subscribe to this channel for more data science videos. Also, the last point in this video will be shocking as you least expected. 3. Business on the rebound, predicting behavioral transformation. The way we live, work, and socialize has been hugely impacted by the spread of COVID-19. While there have been a steady, strong trend towards digital improvements in many aspects of society this year, we've witnessed a stampede. Amazon's sales during the second quarter of 2020 were up 40% on the same period last year, as even those who have so far shunned online retail were forced to reassess their options. AI tools and platforms are already in place to help businesses understand the way their customers are adapting to a new reality. Organizations that were previously lagging in their uptake of digital channels for commerce and relationship nurturing have come to understand the urgency of the situation and are quickly getting to grips with concepts such as behavioral analytics and personalization. Tools providing organizations with self-service access to this technology will become increasingly prevalent throughout 2021, as small and medium enterprises are seeking to establish their competitive edge. 4. Automated detection and prevention. We have already seen the use of drones in several jurisdictions, including the US, to show the possibility that they can be used to monitor whether social distancing guidelines are being adhered to. More advanced applications are on the horizon, such as drones with the capability of detecting COVID symptoms such as high temperature in individuals within a crowd. These systems use computer vision technology to analyze data captured by cameras on the drones and inform authorities or local administrators of statistics and probabilities around the spread of the virus. Another related growth area will be the use of facial recognition technology, also powered by computer vision algorithms. Somewhat more controversial as it focuses on the identification of individuals rather than patterns among groups of people. Facial recognition has been used by the police to detect lockdown and quarantine defaulters, as well as to track the movements of individuals displaying symptoms within a crowd. 5. Shutting down the next pandemic before it starts. Most AI algorithms are geared towards prediction, and the holy grail of AI-assisted epidemiology would be to build systems that can accurately predict when and where future outbreaks will take place. This research has been ongoing for some time, and in fact, some of the earliest alerts about the current outbreak were generated by AI. Toronto-based Blue Dots tool was already scanning 100,000 governmental and media data sources daily when it issued an alert about a potential outbreak in Wuhan, China on December 31st, 2019. Bonus: personalized conversational AI. Natural language processing (NLP) will be personalized to understand human speech more cohesively by machines. Chatbots would understand human intent better and provide a more in-depth solution and analysis to user questions. Generally, AI research is expected to display cutting-edge breakthroughs over the coming 18 months that will increase our ability to spot and react to the danger of viral outbreaks. For this to happen, it will require ongoing global cooperation between governments and private industry. If you find this video helpful, make sure to subscribe to this channel for more data science videos.
Hello, I'd like to start with a huge round of appreciation for all of you who've been instrumental in the design and delivery of the 2022 edition of the National SDG Summit and Changemakers Award in Nigeria. Today I'm talking to you in my capacity as the UN High-Level Climate Action Champion for COP26 and my mandate to drive ambition and action for climate solutions across society. And as many of you will know, the role was created in Paris as part of the Paris Agreement to drive this ambition and action from non-state actors, so businesses, cities, regions, investors, universities, youth, faith groups, civil society, everyone who's not a national government. Because the governments who created the Paris Agreement recognise that we need the whole of society to implement the ambitious goals of the Paris Agreement to tackle the climate crisis. Now, I've spent many years working with a variety of stakeholders to tackle the climate crisis, and I know firsthand that we still have gaps and that there's still a lot to do to build on the momentum that we have, but to really ramp up to get to the pace and scale that we need. And one thing that really is different now from 10 years ago, certainly even 5 years ago, is the amount of youth leadership in the movement. You know, since the signing of the Paris Agreement, there have been ups and downs in international climate politics, but one thing that has remained constant, and in fact not remained constant but grown, is that young people everywhere have been standing up to call for more ambitious action and to take part in ambitious action and to lead ambitious action everywhere, from the streets to the boardrooms, and now to increasingly having young people being part of official delegations as negotiators. So this is a whole of society problem. It is everybody. It's not an abdication to young people to solve the problem on their own, but we really need you to be working together with those of us who've been working on the problem for a while, to continue to be loud and vocal about what the science is saying that we require, to be specific about what policymakers need to do to play their role, and to be part of the solutions, whether you're working in civil society, in business, in government, or in any other function. This year, COP27 is going to be crucial because we have an opportunity to really see whether governments are going to come back to deliver on the promise they made collectively in the Glasgow Pact to really ratchet up the urgency. You know, the science and our lived experience on the ground everywhere in the world is telling us that we really must make this the decade of delivery, that we have to take action now, not in 2030 or 2040 or 2050, but these next few years we have to halve emissions and restart building more resilience. And I think that makes this summit and your commitments very timely in helping to bring that intergenerational and intersectional perspective, opinion and experience into the collaborations, the innovations, the problem solving which drives solutions. And that problem solving often requires different perspectives to come together. And you all represent one thing that we need right now, that's asking the right questions and addressing gaps, holding those in decision-making power accountable, pushing them for increased action, and becoming those in decision-making power. I believe very strongly in what we call the ambition loop, that increased action from one part of society will drive more ambition from others, particularly from non-state actors in civil society and business, will make it more politically possible for national governments to be more ambitious and to make their commitments bolder, which in turn gives business and investors more certainty to be bolder. So we all have a role to play there. And what all of us as non-state actors do does influence what governments believe is possible in terms of domestic and international climate policy. And we know that climate change is a collective action problem. So no country, no institution, no sector, no generation can solve it alone. So let's continue to work through and strengthen the multilateral process that enables us to come together as a global family, and let's drive all of the non-state actor actions through the various collaborations and initiatives we have to tackle these challenges. Finally, I want to thank you for everything that you're doing and wish you a great day within your working groups, and let's keep driving faster and faster ambition and action together to tackle the climate crisis.
We can be. We must be the first generation to end extreme poverty.
The generation
Most determined
to fight injustice
and inequalities.
The generation that saves the planet from climate change.
And this is how it will get done. The global goals.
A 15-year plan
For everyone, everywhere.
with no one left behind.
We will live in a world
Where nobody
anywhere
lives in extreme poverty.
Where no one
Goes hungry.
Where no one wakes in the morning asking if there will be food today.
we will live in a world
Where no child has to die.
Diseases we know how to cure.
and where proper health care
is a lifelong right for us all.
We will live in a world where
Everyone goes to school
and education gives us the knowledge
and skills
for a fulfilling life. We will live in a world where all girls and all women have equal opportunities to thrive and be powerful and safe.
We cannot succeed if half the world is headed back.
We will live in a world
where all people can get clean water
And proper toilets
at home, at school, and at work.
We will live in a world where there's sustainable energy for everyone.
Heat, light,
and power for the whole planet.
Without destroying the planet.
We will live in a world where economies prosper.
and new wealth
lead to decent jobs for everyone. And we will live in a world where our industry,
our infrastructure and our
best innovations
Are not just used to make money, but to make all our lives better.
We will live in a world where prejudices and extremes of inequality
are defeated
Inside our countries,
and between different countries.
where people live in cities and communities
that are safe, progressive,
and support everyone who lives there.
where we replace
what we consume.
Planet where we put back what we take out of the earth.
We live in a world that is decisively rolling back from climate
change.
where we restore and protect the life in our oceans and seas.
will restore and protect
Life on land,
The forests,
Animals,
the earth itself.
with peace between and inside countries.
where all governments are open
And answer to us for what they do at home and abroad.
And the justice rules.
with everyone equal.
We can be.
We must be the first generation to end extreme poverty.
The generation
Most determined
To fight injustice
and inequalities.
The generation that saves the planet from climate change.
And this is how it will get done. The global goals.
A 15-year plan
For everyone, everywhere.
With no one left behind.
We will live in a world
Where nobody
anywhere lives in extreme poverty.
Where no one
Goes hungry.
Where no one wakes in the morning asking if there will be food today.
we will live in a world
Where no child has to die.
Diseases we know how to cure.
and where proper health care
is a lifelong right for us all.
We will live in a world where
Everyone goes to school
and education gives us the knowledge
and skills
for a fulfilling life. We will live in a world where all girls and all women have equal opportunities to thrive and be powerful and safe.
We cannot succeed if half the world is headed back.
We will live in a world
Where all people can get clean water
And proper toilets
at home, at school, and at work.
We will live in a world where there's sustainable energy for everyone.
Heat, light,
and power for the whole planet.
Without destroying the planet.
We will live in a world where economies prosper.
and new wealth
lead to decent jobs for everyone. And we will live in a world where our industry,
our infrastructure and our
best innovations
Are not just used to make money, but to make all our lives better.
We will live in a world where prejudices and extremes of inequality
are defeated
Inside our countries,
and between different countries.
where people live in cities and communities
that are safe, progressive,
and support everyone who lives there.
where we replace
what we consume.
Planet where we put back what we take out of the earth.
We live in a world that is decisively rolling back from climate
change.
where we restore and protect the life in our oceans and seas.
will restore and protect
Life on land,
The forests,
Animals,
the earth itself.
with peace between and inside countries.
where all governments are open
And answer to us for what they do at home and abroad.
And the justice rules.
with everyone equal before the law.
where all countries and we their people
Work together.
partnerships of all kinds
To make these goals a reality. These are the United Nations global goals
for sustainable development.
Let's get to work.
Let's make it happen.
That is, here is Dr. Bigwe at the room. A very young man, younger than myself. All right. You're welcome, sir. Now, when we talk of animal science or animal production of livestock in Nigeria, I would say the leading participants are the poultry association of Nigeria. So we have a representative here from PAN. I have the honor to welcome Mr. Kunle Omido. So hopefully when we are going home today, we'll have some people to locate and some cakes. You're welcome. So we have the royal father of the day, who is the royal guest of honor. Once he comes in here, you all will know because the atmosphere will change. So when he comes around, we'll usher him to the high table. So to start with, because we are not going to take much of our time, on this sustainable platform. So I will implore all of us to please be actively involved. You learn, you keep learning, and you keep learning. So Dr. Ilga will join us shortly. He will join us shortly. He's fixing one or two things as regards the presentation. So after Dr. Bigwe Adiromu, we will have, let me just run the order of the program so that we know what we're doing. So after Dr. Bigwe Adiromu, we will have the chairman's part. Thereafter, we will have presentation 1, then presentation 2. After this, all of us will take the mic to ask questions from the presentations. To ask questions, to contribute our inputs, and to get some clarifications if need be, and to comment even on the presenter, the program, even the conference. Advice are welcome here and there. So I want us to maximize this period. So after that, we'll have a royal report from His Royal Majesty when it comes around to us. So please, we need to have our so I think sorry, we are trying to fix some technical interference. So based on this, let me just start by asking by trying to tell us what we mean when we say sustainable solution option. This session, so while Dr. Bigwe is preparing the platform address, I think I will jump to the next thing on our agenda, which is the chairman's remark. Doctor. Okay, let's welcome Dr. Bigwe Adiromu.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
think we have planned not to waste our time at all holding this session. While I welcome those who are outside, I know we have quite a number of people online as well. Again, we are here this year, this ISDS, to make a presentation on sustainable solution option. And what I need to do will just be to run through the essence of this platform, why it's part of ISDS, and what we hope to come up with in the nearest future. Can you just help me to? Yeah. So the sustainable solution options came up as DPRAP platform on ISDS. The whole essence is just to showcase innovations and smart development solutions. Some of us came into development practice to look at the practice, not the studies. We find out that the academia are much more particular about the issue of the studies. And some of us, we really get sick when most of our presentations are filled with according to, we really want to know what looks indigenous, what can be contextualized, and I'm sorry, the director just wants to. Yeah. So we felt there could be a lot of innovations that are smart, that can be contextualized with us. And we started by looking at the most critical aspect of it. The most critical aspect of it, is the gap that exists between policy, research, and practice. That actually is what we are concerned about. We find that for any sustainable development to really exist and last as expected, there must be a synergy between the policy, research, and practice. Unfortunately, in this part of the globe, so much as the nexus exists in between these, definitely there will be development and it's going to be sustainable. But the missing link in this part of the globe is that the academia or the researchers are just doing the research. And we kept on hearing that, oh, it's on the shelf, it's on the shelf. Which day is it going to leave the shelf? And the academia will justify that they are doing their best. The policy makers will say, oh, that will be very great. Fortunately, the practice is suffering, and we don't have something to show. So we felt for us, as an organization, our focus is going to be this. Which is a strategic multidisciplinary capacity development response window of DAVI to development practice gaps. And The most critical aspect of it is what I have explained: research and innovation uptake, while we look at every dimension of human existence in order that our development might be a true one. That is what the window is all about. And of course, the linkage of is what we do. And the essence is just to unleash full potentials at turning ideas to sustainable development realities and keep pace with associated dynamics. However, this W we kept on talking about is Development Advocacy and Values Renaissance Initiative, which is a development think tank that is independent of the government and at the same time not for profit. But our vision actually is to uphold human dignity in the face of developmental challenges. That's the primary focus of this NGO, and we believe that if our mission is just to be a development conscious, we will be able to passionately serve correctly in fostering dignifying value through life-improving activities that will close development gaps deliberately. So that's why the NGO exists. And the NGO opens the capacity window of DIPRA that hosts this session. I really would not want to bother you with all this, other than to say that since that day has started, there have been a little effort cultural realities, because we find out that quite a number of things, concepts, and ideas that stays aloof are just because we could not contextualize within our socio-cultural realities. And before we know it, it's not going to last, or we find out that we'll have a policy summers. Interestingly, we've had a number of agencies, research agencies, academias, and different sectoral organizations, including the government, various levels that have since partnered with us. And for us, we believe so strongly that we are going somewhere in the course of time if every effort that development practitioners are putting in place is going to translate to anything meaningful in this space. Now, I mentioned earlier that this idea of sustainable solution option is being supported by AMSDEP Nigeria. AMSDEP Nigeria is the Association of Masters in Sustainable Development Practice in Nigeria. This organization came up out of a passion that the pioneer cohorts of this center decided to pilot in order to internalize sustainable development beyond classroom. And the organization came up just to promote the new concept of MDP, that is Masters in Development Practice, and championing the cause of sustainable development practice as allowed by the university structure. That was the idea of the student association then. But upon graduation, we just discovered that trained professionals find it very, very difficult to operate appropriately without the professionalism, ethics, and having the umbrella that really guides these activities professionally. Much because the development practice
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for staying on the call all through, and apologies we couldn't start the session earlier as we planned. And right about now, we are going to be starting the presentation for those who are going to be presenting online. Please, I will appreciate for those of us that are presenting virtually to kindly signify by raising our hand, or you use the comment section so that I can make you a co-host and you run your presentation as well. And for each of these presentation is going to span for 10 minutes. And please, we appreciate you make it very brief. While we also, at the end of the sessions, we are going to take questions, and we're also going to take feedbacks. At the end of every two presenter sessions, we are going to have questions, and we're also going to take feedback. All right, I can see Professor Godwin, and I can see Dr. Mina. Then I can see Mr. Umar or Dr. Umar. Thank you. Okay, right about now, I would like to confirm. Dr. Mina, are you set for your presentation? Hello, Dr. Mina, if you can hear me. Okay, Dr. Badmos, I can see that. So I'm just going to make you a co-host to be able to share your screen and also unmute your mic. Then I can see Professor Godwin. I'll also make you a co-host so that you can share your screen and make your presentation. All right, I would like to can we have Professor Godwin start his presentation? We appreciate you keep to 10 minutes, and after which we are going to have Dr. Mina, and we move to the other people who are also going to have their presentation at the end of today. Over to you, Professor Godwin, sir.
All right, good afternoon. Can you see my screen?
Hello?
Can you see my screen?
Okay, it's just coming up, and you can endeavor to make it a full screen.
Can you see my screen now?
We can see your screen, but it's the entire screen we are looking at. Can we make it a full screen, sir?
Is it a full screen? Hello?
No, not yet a full
Hello?
screen.
Are you there?
Not
Can
yet.
you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
We can see your screen. Okay, while we are going to stop sharing. Now that it's on full screen, then you can now reshare. Stop sharing your screen and
Okay.
you reshare. All right.
All right. Who is this fucking person now? All right, it's okay.
Okay, not
That's
yet.
my screen.
We are yet to have your screen up.
All right, can you see my screen now?
Just coming up now.
Is it full now?
Not yet full. Please, there is okay, I think I can see you going. All right. Okay, perfect. Perfect. We have a full screen now. We have a full screen now. Please, you have to, that's 3. Okay, yeah, this is almost 4 now. Please, you have to 407 for your presentation, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Professor Godwin went for an official function, and I am one of the co-authors of the paper. So I'm here to make the presentation on his behalf. So I want to thank the board members for putting this summit. I really enjoyed. I've been online since morning, and it has been beneficial. All right, so I am here to present a presentation titled Dimension of Efficient of Nano Zinc Oxide and carbon dioxide nanoparticle with gas, nitrogen gas for enhanced oil recovery. Are you with me? Can you hear me? All right, this is my outline. We have the background of study, statement of problem, aim and objective of study, methodology, result, and discussion. Then we have the conclusion. This is my outline. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Now, from hydrocarbon migration, we know that a reservoir, once the drain process is completed, the well is completed, and perfection is done, the hydrocarbon tend to drive through the reservoir down to the wellbore, then to the Christmas tree, which is the wellhead. We have the primary energy, and we have the secondary energy, and we have the tertiary energy. Now, the primary deals with the primary energy of the reservoir, whereby the reservoir produces with the primary energy that it's embedded in. Whereas the secondary recovery, after the primary energy has been depleted, all right, you have to down store so that you can be able to recover some of the hydrocarbons that are present. Then we have the tertiary enhanced oil recovery. That one has to do with the introduction of other methods, you know, to drive the hydrocarbons from the wellbore down to the surface. And we have the gas injection, we have the steam flooding, the water flooding, the polymer augmented flooding, the photon flooding, and we have a new technology which is called MIO, and the MIO means microbial enhanced oil recovery. Now, these are the methods that are used to transport this hydrocarbon from the wellbore to the surface. Now, when the primary energy has been depleted and possibly the secondary enhanced oil recovery has been done, some of the oil producers tend to abandon the reservoir, whereas going to sell the reservoir to a marginal field, whereas the marginal fields now think of a way to recover at least 2/3 of the oil, which is initially in place. So despite this finding, now there have been in a case whereby the reservoir will be abandoned, sealed off for other abandonment. So this research will bring out a prospect that will generate using this tertiary method. Now, the aim of this is that the aim of this work is that to study the effect of nitrogen gas and nanoparticle in the recovery of crude oil. And this crude basically is under surfactant. And this means that the viscosity of this crude will be less. So now to determine this aim, the objective are as follows: to achieve the aim, to determine the physical properties of the crude, which is the density, viscosity, and the recovery factor, which is the MP. Now, after all this process that you have done, the hydrocarbon in situ, or this hydrocarbon now can using this zinc oxide and calcium oxide nanoparticle. Now, basically, nitrogen gas flooding. 2 is the nanoparticle injection. 3 is the enhanced oil recovery method, which is what we are really after. Then the test that was conducted on this crude oil was the density determination limiter method. Then we now have the redwood viscometer, which is using the viscosity. Now, after the analysis and everything, the following result was found. For the density variation here, because we have now this nanoparticle we are injected.
Sorry, I guess he's currently off, and while we are going to have him back shortly. Can you? Hello, your mic is muted, Professor Godwin.
Okay, can you see my screen?
We can see your screen now and we can hear you.
All right, loud and clear. So now these nanoparticles now we are injecting in different mass percent concentration. We have the single phase, the single one, we have the single and the double, which is the combination of the both nanoparticles. Now for the first one, we have the magnesium and the zinc oxide, right? Now, increase in this mass percent concentration of injection of the nanoparticles will increase the density of the crude. As you can see from the result, for 5 grams of the zinc oxide, we tend to increase it to about 0.916 thereabouts. Then for for the calcium oxide, for the 5%, you see that there's a little bit, not much of increment to it. Then for the combination drive, which is the combination of zinc and calcium oxide, we have the 45 grams, the thing rose to about 0.90500. So for 10 grams, you can see that increase in mass percent concentration of these nanoparticles tend to favor the increase in density, which tells that as the density increase, the API increase, and the viscosity reduction takes place, because the viscosity reduction has to take place for this hydrocarbon to migrate from the reservoir down to the surface. All right. Then for the viscosity, increase in mass concentration, reduce this viscosity from the graph there. If you watch from the x-axis and the y-axis, the mass percent concentration. Now, this is a kinematic viscosity, which is measured in centipoise, not a dynamic viscosity. Sorry, a dynamic viscosity, not the kinematic viscosity. Now, when this nanoparticle was injected for 5 grams, the viscosity for the zinc oxide stepped down to 0.6, while for 5 grams for calcium oxide, it's increased to about 0.68 thereabouts. Then for 10, it keeps increasing. For 15, it remains stable. Remains stable. For 20, if you watch the two, remains instant. Now, to the most important part of this enhanced oil recovery is that to determine if the recovery factor, which is the RF, will be up or hydrocarbon, or if you should abandon the well. Now, from the research, it shows that if we inject these nanoparticles, we can be able to recover some percentage of this hydrocarbon before closing the well or abandoning the well. So now, the conclusion states that in this work, the effect of nitrogen gas and carbon oxide nanoparticles and single nanoparticles on every recovery were assessed. And the conclusion we are as follows: the density of the crude oil decreased with increase in mass percent concentration of carbon, calcium oxide and zinc oxide. The viscosity of the crude also decreased with increase in mass percent concentration of these two nanoparticles, whereas zinc oxide had the lowest recovery factor, while the combination drive had the highest recovery factor. So the highest recovery factor was stated to be for the one for zinc oxide, calcium oxide, sorry. Whereas the combination drive did a very favorable work, which means if you combine these two nanoparticles and we flood and we inject them to the reservoir and flood them with nitrogen gas, you can be able to recover a large amount of this hydrocarbon. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for the presentation and thank you for keeping to time. We are going to have the next speaker before we take questions.
Okay.
In order to save our time. And right about now, I'm going to invite Dr. Mina, as she's going to be leading our session. Dr. Mina, just in 10 minutes, and this is, I'm going to check the time, please. Okay, this is 4:07. Please, we appreciate you run your presentation to 4:17, after which we are going to have the question and comments from participants that are online here. Okay, and after that, we also move to the other two presenters. I can confirm that we have 4 presenters currently on the call, and yeah, you can move on. Over to you, Dr. Mina. You can share your screen and also your mic. Yes, you can share your screen and your mic. Dr. Mina, can you mute your mic now? I believe you should be able to mute your mic now.
Oh, it feels so good to be unmuted. Oh my goodness. I've been waiting for this unmuting for a long time. And I wish you people give us chance to, upload the document online, because now I have to go back to uploading it. So please kindly give me
Yes, you can share your screen.
a second. I'm trying to, get it again. If I was able to do that, I will have just, opened it. I have to get it again right now. Just a minute. I hope, or you have it as well, though. I'm trying to share the screen. It means getting the document back first again. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Dr. Mina, and I feel completely honored to be here to, present this. I don't know if you're able to see it. Moderator, sir, are you seeing it? Are you seeing the screen?
Yes, we can see your screen now. However, your screen is in portrait mode. I assume you are sharing with your phone. Maybe you put your phone in a landscape format so that it can be very large for people to see.
Okay, so now I have to, before I touch something and think. Good afternoon, everybody. I congratulate the organizers and everybody else for being able to put this together and bring to the table all parties to have this conversation on technology. My topic is, thank you to the boss. My topic is harnessing the power of science, technology, and innovation for sustainable development, a case study of SETI Nigeria. And my name is Dr. Mina Ogwang of the Rivers State University, and also the founding director of the Center for Development Support Initiatives. And it's an honor to be at this 14th annual Ibadan Conference Summit. And I want to congratulate everybody who has been a part of making this work. There's one thing to think of doing something, and there's another thing to take action. So my abstract is pretty much the need for maximizing technology. The need for maximizing technology, science, and innovation. The need for maximizing technology, science, and innovation has become imperative to protecting our future generations. Yes. Oh, yes. And then the global challenges we face today require innovative and sustainable solutions that can be achieved through harnessing the power of science and technology. This abstract, examines the power of utilizing science, technology, and innovation as a pathway to a better future focused on sustainable development. A mixed method of qualitative research design and a comprehensive desk review was adopted with this study with the staff of SETI Nigeria to highlight the impact of technology on staff performance, learning and innovation, and the power of science, technology, and innovation for sustainable development. The power of science technology for civil society organization is very critical. And if you're in the civic space and you're not able to harness technology, how do you promote advocacy? How do you promote connections? How do you promote the issues that are priority to your beneficiaries? So, some key findings from this research, include the fact that the findings reveal that science as the foundation of knowledge, provides a deep understanding of the natural world, and then the complex challenges and enables us to comprehend the intricate relationship between ecosystems, because that is one of the things we discovered from the target people who were, interviewed for this process. We discovered that science indeed was a core foundation of knowledge, which was a core way of strengthening the organization. Then leveraging scientific research and evidence-based decision-making develops effective strategies to achieve sustainable development. So at that point, we are leveraging scientific research, and evidence-based decision-making, because this was scientifically driven. We interviewed over 20 staff, home and abroad, and it was a core, a very effective strategy, for this research. Then technology, we also discovered from the views of all the interviewed that technology plays a pivotal role to transforming scientific knowledge into practical applications, which enables innovative solutions, that enhance resource efficiency and improves the quality of life for all. Like we discovered that one of the case studies raised by those in SETI Nigeria was about the transforming of And the setting up or design of the environmental app is called the Zero Suit app, which was able to detect environmental pollution and empirically state where an environment is untidy or an environment is polluted. And this is being used by lots of scientists at different points to be able to give measurable feedbacks on the state of the environment. So this is a core case of technology playing a pivotal role and in transforming, scientific knowledge, into this practical application now. Now, in addition, advancements in renewable energy technologies have also revolutionized the energy sector, offering cleaner and more sustainable alternatives to fossil fuel. One of the case studies of CERSI in Nigeria was the fact that they were able to transform, water hyacinth, into biofuel, and water hyacinth, the whole idea first of all was to convert the water hyacinth into production of ethanol, and the ethanol also led also as a part of the components for the biofuel. And today people are enjoying clean energy. Also, the environment is being clean because we use the water hyacinth as a clearing factor, So you see, in its own way, advancement in renewable energy technologies also has been a core part of the success story of CERSI. Also, breakthrough in digital technologies, for example, artificial intelligence and then data analytics, enables optimized resource management while streamlining processes. So, a core case studies on digital technologies also came out of as very strong, and then data analytics, using some of the key softwares that were highlighted in the course of this interview. And then in the case of CERSI Nigeria also, results showed that the application of technology and innovation led to high impact and tripled outputs, which has led to strategic organizational growth, because we discovered that a lot of the results we are getting were technology driven, be it a meeting, be it a research, be it a test run, or be it design lab, anything that we wish to do. It was discovered that the application of technology made that process very coordinated and simplified the process in a lot of ways. So this implies that through innovative approaches, we can develop sustainable business models, we can promote circular economies, and then we can also address pressing social issues. Using technology, we have been able to address a lot of pressing. The post COVID era opened the eyes of staff of CERSI Nigeria, because a lot of their activities, one of which, for example, is the reproductive health project, and also the HIV, tuberculosis, and one of the tuberculosis and HIV, as well as one of the other HIV, malaria. Yes, sorry, I'm sorry about that. Malaria. So that health project, a lot of the times we were face-to-face coordination. They looked at the microcosm, that is the micro-social work angle, of things, and where it had to do with a lot in terms of physical contact with the clients and all that. But deploying technology during and post-COVID era also now found a way to strategically support claims service provision. And so in a lot of ways, it implies indeed that through innovative approaches, we have been able to develop sustainable models, and also address pressing social issues, which is one of the key parts. And then in conclusion, the integration of science, technology, and innovation paves the way for transformative solutions across various sectors. That was very key in the case study of CERSI, where the integration of science, technology, and innovation. So yes, there's a science behind the activity, using a case study, for example, of the Zero Suit app that was done, and now we also mainstreamed, there was a marriage between that science and understanding with the technology, which was the design of the app. And then the innovation now was utilization, because there's one thing to design it, and using it is another thing. So, the innovation behind the utilization also became very key. Now we have been able to create some needed awareness where policymakers can utilize it, organizations can utilize it, different groups can utilize it. And we're trying to step it up and move it from just being a web app into being a mobile app, which will make it accessible to anybody who has an Android phone or beyond. So realizing this, requires strong policy framework, investments, national and international corporations, through enabling an environment that nurtures research, and development. The research part of CECI's work. CECI has spent 23 years doing research. The first project of CECI Nigeria was founded on research when the people in Ekerekana community in Rivers State, who were besieged with white suits at that time, were losing women and children to defects, which were not talked about because the women had no voice. But the research now showed that these women, their challenges and all those things, and it was presented to the African Radio Drama Association way back in 1998. And 1999, it was presented, and in 2000, series of initiatives were launched to make sure the voices of women were heard. So we moved from research, in a lot of ways. We now move from that research, deployed technology to creating awareness, to talking with policymakers and all those things. So realizing that this requires strong policy frameworks, investments, national and international cooperation, through enabling an environment that nurtures research and development, and it supports technology transfer and then facilitates knowledge sharing. So a lot of this knowledge today have been documented and can be seen maybe online or in different platforms where people can now learn from it. Lessons learned that has been derived from those communications that were held has been very critical, and it has helped in a lot of ways to build organizational capacity, to strengthen organizational relations, to strengthen organizational focus in deploying technology. And it can only get better because deploying technology has different tiers. And while we're talking yesterday during a meeting, everybody was, talking, what is your research, tool, what are you using? And somebody just jumped, I'm using SPSS, I'm using SPSS. And another person just said, come, what is SPSS? I stopped using SPSS 2001. Okay, sorry, my people. Another person found it as a very, that now we're using a lot in terms of Python, and the person say, come, what is hold yourself, that kind of thing. This is on a lighter note, but what is it telling us? That technology is evolving, and even as researchers, even as scientists, and as an organization, CECI2 is hoping to evolve and also be able to deploy more improved technology and services to improve the quality of services, effectiveness and efficiency of its work, and to promote, increase and improve more impact, as well as in collaborations for enhanced performance. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation, Dr. Mina, and this is an engaging one. And yeah, we got more information about the role of technology in improving productivity and also to contributing to accelerating the achievement of sustainable development. And right about now, we like to take questions. If there are questions from the participants online, or if there are comments which you would like to share, we'll appreciate you share your questions with us. And maybe you have a question for the first participant, first speaker as well. We will also appreciate you share your question with us. If there is anybody that has a question, kindly raise your hand, or you use the comment section to ask your question. If you would like to speak, please raise your hand so that the host can give you access to speak. And I believe they are also going to respond to it. And if it's a comment you want to share, we appreciate you use the comment section or raise your hand to speak. Okay, I want to assume maybe we don't have any question. In absence of no question, we just like to take the other two presenters without wasting much of our time. And I can see your hand was up earlier. Please, Shaibu Imuma, kindly share your screen as you make your presentation for the next 10 minutes. Please, your presentation is going to end at exactly 4:32. Over to you, Shaibu.
Hello, good evening. Can you see my screen? Hello, can you see my screen? Hello, can you see my screen? Hello?
I can't hear him.
Okay, Shaibu, We can see your screen. I think he's still trying to maneuver around his presentation slide while he pops it up to have the full screen. But Shaibu, I hope you can speak from your hand over there. Kindly unmute your mic and speak.
I can hear you.
Okay, we have your full screen now. We have your full screen, Shaibu.
Good afternoon. My name is Shaibu, and my research topic is.
We still can't hear you. We still can't hear you. Can you check your connection or your audio connection?
Can you hear me now?
To check his mouth, you should check his mic. I think the mic is faulty.
Will you present without using your earpiece?
Can you hear me now?
Okay, we can hear you now, but your voice is still very low.
All right. My name is Said Umar, and I'm working on a research topic, the influence of contracting firms on variation order in public infrastructure projects in Nigeria. A variation order is a change. A variation is a change of the scope of operation in a building.
Sorry, is it possible you present without using your mouthpiece, earpiece rather? If it's possible, you can just.
My system has no input device, that's why I'm using the earpiece.
Oh, okay. But try and make it more audible so that the other participant can hear you.
All right. I'll try and make it audible. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. All right, that's fine. You can continue.
A variation is a change to the scope of the operation in a building contract in the form of extension, substitution, or omission from the original scope of work. Nearly all construction projects vary from design, scope, and definition to the original order. Variation order on project construction ultimately leads to waste of time and limited resources. Construction projects suffer from variation order as targets are not usually achieved. The specific objectives for this study are: 1, to determine the demographic profile of infrastructural projects, and 2, to determine the causes of variation order in infrastructural projects. 3, to explore ways to mitigate variation order in infrastructural projects in Nigeria. This study is conducted in Nigeria, and this study adopts the exploratory survey approach involved in the use of secondary data. The population consists of registered contractors, builder, architecture, engineer, and survey quantitative surveyors that are involved in the procurement and delivery of public projects in Nigeria. The sample frame of 913 is obtained from the list of registered contractors in corporate organizations, state and federal ministry in Nigeria. The sample size of 162 MDAs building and 751 MDAs infrastructure was used as respondents involved in public construction projects. Now, to the results and discussion, the data we analyze using both descriptive statistics and then the inferential statistics from SPSS. Now, looking at the demographic profile of the objective, which is the project information, the figure 1 shows the trend in value of procurement contract awarded annually from 2008 to 2016. Looking at figure 1, the sum total and the trend in value of procurement awarded as the highest procurement awarded was in 2010 and 2014 rather. 2010 and 2014 has the highest procurement contract awarded within the range of 2008 to 2015, while 2008 and 2009 recorded the lowest procurement contract in value awarded. Taking as figure 2, you see the trend in number of procurement contracts awarded annually. Figure 2 shows the trend that in 2010 and 2015 has the highest infrastructural number of awarded contracts in the year 2010 and 2015, while 2009 and in the year 2010 and 2015, while 2009 has the lowest number of contracts or procurement infrastructural contracts awarded, reaching 22%. Continuation on the project information. The result on table 2 show the descriptive analysis of the testing product moment correlation, which shows that this statistic reveals that the economic sector dominated all other sectors in both terms of value and number of contracts. while the mean value of the infrastructural contract approved for the economic sector stood at 2,034 billion naira. That of the administration, regional development and social sectors were 22 billion, 71 billion, and 15 billion naira respectively. The economic sector from the table 1 also showed that an average of 130 contracts, while the administration, the regional development and social sector has 2, 14, and 11 approved infrastructural contracts respectively on the average over the period of the study. Continuing on the result of the objective, which are the causes of variation order in infrastructural projects, shows that in building consultancy service and supply of goods and services, the major causes of variation order is the change of plan or scope of the work. Change in plan or scope of the work happens to be the major causes of variation order. While client financial difficulties and inadequate working drawings were the major causes of variation order under the building category. Under the consultancy category, shows that the change of plan or scope of work, client financial difficulties, and change in design by the contractors were the major causes of variation order in consultancy services. Likewise, the change in plan or scope of work, client financial difficulties, and lack of strategic planning were the major causes of variation order in supply of goods and services. These are the major causes of variation order in the study area. Proceeding with the results, in figure 4, we show the ways to mitigate infrastructural projects in Nigeria. From the diagram here, analyzed using the statistical package for social sciences, shows that the major ways or the most prominent way to mitigate variation order in infrastructural projects is the involvement of professionals at the initial stage of the project. When there's professional involved in the initial stage of the project, this can opens curtail the effect of variation order. As a professional, we plan the work very well and we execute the project without any error. Thorough detailing of design, review of the contract document, and comprehensive site investigation were found to be the major ways of mitigating variation in infrastructural projects in Nigeria. Conclusion. The study has concluded that a small number of the MDAs are responsible for large proportion of the public infrastructural work procurement. Key amongst these was the Federal Ministry of Works, which accounted for about 22.3% by value and 10.6% by number of all federal public procurement. Federal Ministry of Works is also the MDA with the highest number of infrastructural procurement. Recommendation. It was recommended that Pareto rule be adopted to improve the procurement monitoring system at the federal level in Nigeria. It was also recommended that more research is required to explore the relationship between the need for infrastructural work and expenditure on infrastructural work for each of the 4 sectors covered by this study. Thank you for listening.
Hey, thank you for your presentation. Though it's quite difficult to hear you clearly, and I know that it's been a good one. I would like to quickly call on the next speaker to also prepare for his presentation. That's Dr. Badmus. Please, are you able to have your presentation? You can stop sharing your screen, Mr. Amma. You can stop sharing your screen. Then I also want to confirm if we still have any other person aside Badmus who also wants to present. I would also like to confirm that if you have any other person that is presenting online this evening, please, you can use the comment section to notify or to ask or to raise your hand so that we can know you are presenting tonight, this evening. All right, I would like to hand over to Badmus to run the presentation.
Yes, we do. Okay.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you Now,
Okay.
you might
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a privilege to be at this meeting. Yes, I have 2 papers to present. All right.
Okay.
I've started sharing my slide. I don't know whether you can see.
No, it's yet to come up, but it's about coming up as well.
Okay, so this, my name is Badmus Muslea Adepeju. I work with the National Horticultural Research Institute here in Ibadan. So my presentation is going to be on the role of technology in addressing post-harvest losses in the tomato value chain. That's the title of the presentation. As a preamble, the importance of tomato and tomato value chain as it were cannot be overemphasized. Tomato consumption, tomato as a crop is crucial to global agricultural and food security. In every household in Nigeria now, as in other places, I'm sure, there's no household that does not consume tomato. So, and it's both a political as well as an economic crop. In fact, Nigeria is reported to be the 2nd largest producer of tomatoes in Africa, with an average annual production of 3.9 million tons of tomato. In spite of this seemingly huge production, there's still a demand gap of about 2.3 million tons. And this is as a result of wastages, losses, especially at the post-harvest stages. This is given the fact that tomato is a perishable food item, just as other fruits and vegetables. So this is one of the reasons why we have a lot of losses. So what this study sets out to do is to explore the use of technology. How can technology help to mitigate these losses? And we also look at the practices that various actors along the tomato value chain, I mean the farmers, the processors, the marketers, as well as the transporters. What are the various technologies that they use in mitigating the losses that have been experienced? The study also looks at the causes, the constraints, and the efforts made so far. Now, in terms of materials and methods, this study was done with a purposive selection of tomato value chain actors using NIHOS database. That's where I work. We have contact with our farmers. And so we have a database of tomato producers as well as other crop producers. So the selection was made from this database. 175 participants were chosen. And these actors included the different actors, marketers, producers, processors, as well as transporters. Our data was collected using semi-structured interviews, key informant interviews, FGD, as well as some text review. Now, the results and discussions show this is shows the average age of farmers in the north as well as in the south. The average age of farmers, the mean age of farmers as 36 years, they are still economically active. Same with the marketers and the processors. In terms of number of years spent in school, we also have about a mean average of 12 years. Marketers, in terms of marketers, 12 years. And as shown in the table, this is just a socioeconomic characteristic of the farmers. Yes, the second, this figure talks about the hotspots where we have a lot of post-harvest losses. From the figure, we can see that at the production level, this is where the losses are highest. There we have it even at the harvesting stages. we have a big loss or so at the market level. We have some during transportation, as well as during packaging and processing. So these are the different nodes where the losses occur along the value chain. Now, what we try to do here is to look at the technologies that have been used in the past. And then we try to interview the participants and get their impression of the use of new technologies. How do they think they will fare if they adopt new technologies? So this first, this figure 2 is just talking about the different techniques that are typically used by respondents in order to to reduce post-harvest losses. The first section of the figure shows that they use sorting technique, and the different colors shows the different, the farmers are depicted in blue, the marketers are in orange, the processors are in gray, while the transporters are in yellow. So these are the different categories of actors in the value chain, and the method they use is as shown, the traditional method majorly. Now, this next slide is talking about the how the value chain participants, that is the processors, marketers, and farmers, how they feel about the introduction of technology that can better improve their activities and reduce the losses. So we interviewed them asking if they have the option of using analytically powered cold rooms as a post-harvest technology. Will they be willing and able to do this? Now, the 3 indicators that was used to capture these include frugality, profitability, as well as sustainability. In terms of frugality, we try to find out that a technology could be economical as well as being accessible. So frugality tries to capture accessibility as well as the economicability of a technology, whether a technology is economically good to be adopted. And so using these 3 indicators, we found out that in terms of electrically powered cold rooms, the respondents feel that most of them feel that this technology, well, is not, it's going to be an economically good one, but is not accessible by majority. And that's why we have the high percentage. In terms of profitability, they also feel it's going to be a profitable one if they are able to use it and it's accessible. But in terms of sustainability, they do not see it as a technology that is sustainable because, of course, this technology needs power, and the power issue in the country is nothing to write home about. We're hoping it will improve. Yes, in terms of using cooling vans and refrigerated trucks, these are their feelings about it. They also feel, well, it's going to be something that to benefit them, is to be economically good to do. It will be profitable, but they doubt the sustainability. We transfer to the use of solar-powered cold rooms. Well, they said it is also a profitable venture. It's highly sustainable. But in terms of how accessible it is to them and how economical, they do not have the means. And that's why you have the low value there. Now, we also try to find out what they feel about the use of plastic crates, whether they're a better option for packing and transporting tomatoes. And these are their feelings about it. Well, they feel, now the farmers are the ones in blue, while the marketers are the ones in orange. So the farmers feel, well, it's going to be economically, they do that, and then while the feelings of the marketers is not as well, they are almost the same, but they don't feel too good, I mean, in terms of economic, because they know that the raffia basket come cheaper, and they're the ones that are actually, I mean, buying those things for transportation. So their feeling is not as strong as that of the farmers. Now, with respect to the solar dryer, we also try to find out if they can employ the use of solar dryers as a technology to reduce the losses. And then the farmers, marketers, and processors' feelings about the use of solar is also as depicted. Most of them feel that, or nearly all of them, feel it's very profitable and is a sustainable technology because it's using the sunlight, as we know. But in terms of frugality, how economical is that, how accessible it is to them, the perception is still relatively low. Yes, then processing into tomato paste, and this is on a small scale because they are small scale farmers, just cottage industries. We are not talking the Dangote kind of processing factory here. So it's also processing this thing into dry form. They say it's sustainable, it's profitable, and yes, in terms of the frugality, they feel it's also something that is good. They can access it since they require small capital to do this. And this feeling cuts across the different value chain actors. And so in conclusion now, one can say that Nigeria as tomato value chain is still developing in terms of post-harvest technologies. We are not there yet. We still use a lot of the old technologies in handling the activities along the value chain. The equipment that we use are still very old. And so in order to increase tomato processing, there's need for the agro-processing zone program as being proposed by the government to reduce wastages. There's need for the government to actually follow up on this technology, this program that the government wants to do. Also, there's need to empower institutions like research institutions like NIHOT and other institutions involved, research institutions involved in post-harvest handling and storage, so that good policies can be implemented and we can promote technology for better value addition and processing horticultural produce and other very perishable items. Now, also the poor infrastructure as well as limited technology and facilities for processing contribute to tomato losses, like I mentioned earlier. So technology-driven solutions have the potential to enhance efficiency, reduce wastage, and also increase overall profitability. And so this is just canvassing that if technologies can be promoted, it will help to reduce these losses. And so such technologies, as I mentioned, include the use of cold chain logistics, amongst others. And if these technologies are actually put in place, it will help to extend the shelf life of the tomatoes. It will reduce losses due to spoilage, and it will maintain the quality of the products and also increase the income of the farmers. So this is the end of my first presentation.
Okay, so you want to run the second presentation right away, right?
Hello.
Are you doing the second presentation now?
Yes, I'll just run it through.
Okay, please, we'll appreciate
Yes,
you.
let me just run it through.
Okay.
All right. Okay. I may not be able to share that now. I'm trying to link it on my, but basically my second presentation is titled Towards an Equitable Harvest, Examining the Technology Gender Nexus in the Tomato Value Chain in Nigeria. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you speak.
All right. Yeah, so towards an equitable harvest, we want to examine the technology gender nexus in the tomato value chain in Nigeria. Yes, this introduction and background is basically the same thing. Tomato is a political crop. There are losses, and then as a result of that, there's need for technology to be considered. Now, just the difference between this and what I just presented is that there's a gender aspect to it. Now, we have some gender-based constraints in the tomato value chain. We're all aware that there are existing gender disparities in agricultural context globally, not only in Nigeria, and that women face unique constraints. Particularly, we have limited access to resources and decision-making power. There are gender norms and stereotypes that restricts women participation, especially up north, in certain activities and decision-making. There are lack of access to financial services, technology, and even training. So these constraints also further exacerbate the problem of losses we have in the tomato value chain. Now, women's participation in agriculture also varies by region. In Nigeria, 50% of the agricultural labor force is women are involved in about 50%. Women are also active across the later stages of food value chains, from off-farm to the retail. And you find women in the processing operations, handling and storage. These are majorly carried out by women. Now, gender relations are central to the social and economic context that shapes agricultural value chains, including that of tomato that we're talking about. And the high level of women's involvement in this post-harvest stage confirms the relevance of considering gender when you're examining these losses and you're trying to introduce technologies to curtail the losses. What we are saying in other words that the impact of gender on adoption of technology, that gender does influence adoption of technologies. Because women and men have different preferences when it comes to choices. But oftentimes, the design of technologies do not include the voices of women, or even have a feel of, oh, how do you feel about this technology? Do you think it will work for you? Just as it happens in a typical household, within a household, men and women often have different levels of bargaining power when in terms of decision making, and even in terms of allocation of resources. So these dynamics also play out when we are talking about technology and even the adoption of technology. There's inequality in terms of time, decision making, even access, and the impact of these technologies between men and women. We also are aware that women have limited access to financing, and most of these technologies that we have described before in my earlier presentation, cold storage, all these facilities require finance. And because of the limitations of women to finance, it also affects the way they adopt this technology. So in other words, it's important to provide women with appropriate tools and equipment, as well as training, if we actually want to them to improve their efficiency and the quality of their produce by introducing these technologies to them. Of course, we've been talking about the SDGs. The SDG also focuses on gender equity, and as well as the achievement of other SDGs, including that of technology and innovation that we have been talking about, which is the theme of this conference. So the materials and methods are basically the same because these respondents were chosen from the same pool, like I explained before. So these are the slides that I showed before, but I will just go to the conclusion with this. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Now, women's limited access to assets and financing may make them less able to adopt technologies. And even when technologies are adopted, it could have unexpected effects on women, both positive and negative, due to the gender details of these positive and negative effects. So it is important to provide women with appropriate tools and equipment, as well as training, as mentioned earlier, in order to make them technologies. And like I said before, equipping women, talking about gender equality is important to achieving the SDGs as well as other SDGs. One leads to the other one. So I think I'll conclude here. I thank you so much for your attention and time.
Okay, thank you very much for the wonderful presentations, and I believe it's been a great time across all the presentations we've had this evening. And I would like to seek from our participants if there is anyone that has a question for those who recently presented, and we will also have a comments to share to the discourse today, which is built on the theme engaging science, technology, and innovation for sustainable development. As you all know that we are halfway to achieving the 2030 agenda. It's very important for each and every one of us to see how we can contribute immensely to the actualization of this goal. If it can be well achieved. I can see one hand up. If you also want to use the comment section, you can as well use the comment section. Okay, can we have your feedback or your question or your comments? Mr. or Mrs. Probably. Apologies if I'm using the wrong designation. You can unmute your mic, Wisdom rather. Can you unmute your mic now, sir? So if you want to speak, please, we appreciate you raise your hand so that we can grant you access to speak. But I can see our Wisdom's hand up. Kindly unmute your mic. We've asked you to unmute your mic. You can unmute your mic and speak. I can, may I assume that, okay, his hand is down. So now let me check the comment section if there are feedbacks or there are things which you want to say. Okay, I think it's more easier for you to unmute your mic now. So if you want to share your comments as part of the closing thought for today's session, you can unmute your mic and speak.
Yeah, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now, Wisdom.
Yeah, basically, my hands was up, not because I want to ask question. In fact, I have challenge with my network, but I have a paper to present. So that's why my hand was up.
Oh, you have a paper to present as well?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Amazing. Okay, please, let's quickly have the last. I was asking earlier, but it's fine. So I feel we need to wrap it up in 6 minutes. I hope you are going to be able to manage that time, sir. Apologies for that. I thought we already have every other. Yeah.
Yes, so sir, but I just want to beg you for one thing. This is my first outing visually, and I don't have my work on PowerPoint, so I don't know if
you can just go on and make your presentation. Go on and make your.
Sir. Yes, I want to thank God for this opportunity and for the organizer of this conference. I will really appreciate you. Basically, hello, are you there with me? Hello? 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 Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear
yes,
you.
okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Okay, now, I want to do a paper tied to agency banking and the growth of small and medium enterprises in North Central Zone, Nigeria. Basically, we're talking about technology, and the agency banking as well makes use of the technology. And basically, the agency banking makes use of the POS. And the use of the POS is another form of technology where banking could be brought to the grassroots for those who are in the grassroots to access banking services. I think basically that is what, that's the meaning of the agency banking. And the agency banking, what agency banking does mostly is to also ask some question, basic question on behalf of their customer to their mother bank. And this could be in a way of how they could open more accounts, on how they could get facilities, on how they could also get finances to like aid their businesses. So the major focus of this paper is to assess how low transaction costs of agency banking affect the growth of small and medium enterprises in North Central Zone Nigeria, to also determine how customer relationship by these agency banking affect the growth of small and medium enterprises. Now, the other one is to establish how convenience financial services accessibility by agency banking affect the growth of small and medium small enterprises in North Central Zone Nigeria, to assess how security of agency banking affects the growth of small and medium scale enterprises in the North Central Zone Nigeria. So that's the major focus of this paper. You know, with the help of this agency banking, that is to say, the use of the POS, you can see that customers who are supposed to go very far places, especially places that where they don't have bank, moving from the rural community to the capital, you see it will not be very easy for them to access such services, and it will be very, very expensive for them, like cost of transportation. Now that we have the hike in fuel, in the price of transportation and even in fuel itself. So with this agency banking, these bank activities could be brought to the doorstep of the to the entrepreneur, and in that doing, it to aid their business, it to make their business to be very effective, where all the proceeds from their business could be easily lodged in the agency banking system, relationship agency banking. You know, most of the times, all these entrepreneurs are not too much endowed about the banking practices. And with this agency banking, the agent should be able to inform the the entrepreneur on the latest development of the new banking system. And when you also look at the convenience of the POS, then you can also say that this issue of entrepreneur going very far, very, very far for them to like get their proceeds deposited in the bank, it will be so. They can easily go to the POS, deposit money, and get back to their business, and life goes on throughout the day. So also, basically, I have a backup. I have a kind of theoretical review of this. I was able to review up to 3 theories, but adopted only 1 theory. I have the agency theory, I have the transaction cost theory, and I have a diffusion of innovation theory. And all of them are talking about same thing. Like the agency theory is just talking about the agent, the principal engaging another agent to operate on his own behalf. And we also have the transaction cost theory seems to ask, why are certain people acting in a particular way? So, but the the theory where this work is anchored on is a division of innovation theory, where we have a lot of sort of persons who adopt a kind of technology based on one reason or the other. We have the early adopter, we have the early majority, we have the late majority, and we have the laggard. So the early adopter provide advice and information about the innovation by the adopter, while the early majority first to adopt a technology. They are always first without knowing the implication. And we have the late majority, which will ensure that this technology goes round before they were able to adopt it. They will be able to find out what is the consequence and again, what is the benefit that we could get from this technology. And we also have the laggard. Those ones are snailing. Those ones basically they can't. They don't easily adopt technology, so they ensure that others adopt. Before they adopt. Then, in the way of concluding, agency banking has actually affected the growth of small and medium enterprise in North Central positively. So I want to, recommend at this point that central bank should reduce commission. These days, all those boys are running the POS terminal, they charge customers very, very well and very, very high. So we'll definitely, in my own form of recommendation, central bank should set across machinery who could monitor the commission, the charges that this agent gives to entrepreneur. And also banks should also establish more a point where, there could be more agency banking so that, most especially in the rural area where they don't have banks. So banks should establish more banks there, more agency outfit there for them to access banking services. I think at this point, I raise my case, sir. Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you speak on. We can hear you.
Yes. So at this point, I want to, conclude that agency banking is of great benefit to most entrepreneurs in the North Central
Why you also
Nigeria.
wrap up in a minute?
Yes, sir. I'm done, sir. Hello, sir.
Okay, yes. All right, you can speak on. Are you done with your presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm done, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr.
Yes,
Wisdom, and thank you for the wisdom and knowledge you've shared with us this evening. I
Yes,
like to your thoughts and presentation. And on behalf of the management of Center for Sustainable Development, we sincerely want to appreciate each and everyone for participating in the 14th annual Ibadan Sustainable Development Summit. I believe it's been a wonderful session and it's been a great value for our time. And we can assure you that, the series still continues tomorrow and it starts at exactly 9 a.m. The same link which you also used to join today. And I would like to confirm, I can see Dr. Olaide, is he on the call? I would like to confirm if he has a message for us or we are good to go. Hello, Dr. Olaide. I want to confirm if you would like to say one or two things before we end the session. Okay, I'm not sure he's on the call now. Like I earlier mentioned, the second day of this conference is going to start exactly 9 a.m. and we are hoping that you're also going to be joining us. And we also hope you are going to be you are going to be part of this great event. And for each and everyone that spent their time to be on this session today, we sincerely appreciate you. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Lecture on God.